on what's happening. I just saw that at the moment it is Nikki Cross and it is Alba Fire and Zoe Stark. So at the moment, we have got 3 names of people that have been released. Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, and Nikki Cross. So those are the releases at the moment. Obviously, they're coming through. We just had Alba Fire literally a minute ago that's just dropped through. Zoe Stark about 6 minutes or so ago. The first name that came through was Nikki Cross. I saw that just after I ended the member stream. So Nikki Cross came through as the first one. So Wyatt 6 obviously losing a member there. But now we're seeing them coming through. So there could be, well, there will likely be more. 3 women so far have gone from WWE. Alba Fire, Nikki Cross, and Zoe Stark. So I'm keeping an eye on that situation. Let me just get the chat back. We need the chat on screen. I don't know why they do... Well, I do. I was going to say, I don't know why they do this. I don't know why they choose to do this just before we actually get to a show like SmackDown, because all this is going to do is just take the energy out of the room. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was really excited for this show, and I was really excited for this stream. And now all of a sudden here we are having to worry about who's about to get released, you know, who's about to lose their jobs. And as we said, we're at 3 at the moment. I'm going to go on... Let me go into this bit over here. So let's take this down. Let's put this up here. So we've got Alba Fire, Nikki Cross, and Zoe Stark released. I mean, I'm going to put released. I don't know if their contracts came to an end. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're gone, basically, from WWE. So that's where we are at the moment. Obviously, you know, this is a really nasty time, a horrible time for wrestlers, because not only are they losing friends, but also they don't know if their phone's about to ring. The way that they tend to do this is they will call people up. And so right now, if you're a WWE superstar and your phone rings, you don't know if that phone call isn't a phone call to say thank you, but we've decided that we've kind of reached the end of the road. There's like no more that we can do with your character. And so that could be it, you know. And, you know, you got to remember as well, these are people's kind of livelihoods and dreams. And I mean, this is just like your whole world kind of in a way coming crashing down. I mean, all of a sudden, what are you going to do tomorrow, the next day, the day after? There's only so much room in the indies, and we know the indies aren't in great shape at the moment. So it's hard. It's just really, really hard. So, yeah, at the moment, those are the 3. I did just put a video out about Nikki because I didn't know about the other 2 at that time. Alba Fire and Zoe Stark are the other 2 at the moment. Just really keeping my eyes on this situation. More releases. Maybe Nikita says AR. What do we think is going to happen with the Wyatt 6 now? Nikki has gone. Well, I mean, I'm guessing they will just continue. But yeah, I don't really. There's no good news to be found here, is there? I mean, it's just horrible. I hate this part of it. I know a lot of people can say that these wrestlers are, you know, maybe not the most exciting. You know, like an Alba Fire was just a member of the Secret Service, and Zoe Stark had been away for a while. I get that, but you kind of think about it more from their point of view. Like, think about how long Nikki's been in WWE, and think about how long Zoe's worked her way through the system. And Alba was in NXT UK. Alba was women's champ for NXT UK for quite a long time. So, I mean, not only did she kind of contribute to that brand, they then moved her to NXT, moved her to the main roster. She was in that tag team with Isla Dawn. Then she's obviously become a member of the Secret Harvest, but it's just horrible, isn't it? I mean, you're watching people lose their jobs and they don't necessarily deserve to lose their jobs. It's kind of like if someone's rubbish at their job and they, go through a disciplinary and they lose their job, that's one thing. But these are good people that work hard, that give everything, that just, haven't been able to find that connection with the audience. And largely that can be down to the creative. I mean, that's not even necessarily their fault. It can just be down to creative. And so, it sucks, doesn't it? Just really sucks. Do we think that Alexa will probably be the Nikki replacement? I don't know, but I don't care. I'm not really thinking about booking or anything at this point. Carr said, do we think Flammer should come to SmackDown and Raw to defend her title? Yeah. I didn't know much about her, to be honest, until I saw her match with Bayley, and I was really impressed with that match. So, I was really impressed with that match. I would like to see more of Flammer. WWE releasing Little Jimmy, says Dan. Rain Man said, why are we streaming so early? We're streaming early because it was out of excitement, to be honest with you. And that's gone out the window. So I just feel really like, ugh. I was feeling really good today. I was like, yeah, SmackDown, I'm really up for this. And I was all excited. And flipping, now look what's happened. I was genuinely looking forward to this show as well. I thought Monday was fine. I thought it was decent. Night 2 of WrestleMania was obviously good. And now they've flipping done this. So, I mean, we knew these kind of things were going to come. They do releases every year. So, I mean, we knew this kind of thing was going to happen at some point. But we just didn't know when. And kind of suspected that it would be after WrestleMania. But part of me is like, why do you do this just before one of your shows? Like, why? There's never a great time to do that. But why do you do it just before one of your shows? Like, I can't be the only person now that's like not in the same headspace I was a moment ago. But the reason they do it is because whatever's going to go down tonight, they're hoping will bury this news. So this news comes out now, makes a bit of noise, and then SmackDown will bury it, basically. And so, there's a method to the madness. It isn't just completely by chance that they do this now, It's not like a big coincidence. But yeah, the reason why I started early is because this was the first SmackDown following WrestleMania. And to be honest, I would have started even earlier, but I had a member stream that I needed to deliver. So I spent half an hour doing that. As soon as I finished that, I was just setting things up for this stream. And that's when I saw the Nikki Cross news. And I was like, no way. I mean, that's big for this community because Nikki Cross is, one of the Wyatt Six. And you think back to Nightbirds and you think back to, the bride that we were calling her the bride because she was wearing a veil and what looked to be a wedding dress. And so you think back to all of that and you think to all the hope that everyone had for this group. And whatever this group looks like going forward, it's not going to be the same as what it was with Nikki in it. It can still be good, of course it can, but you're losing a member here that is basically the embodiment of Abby the Witch. Even if they bring Alexa in, that's a character that's gone. So what do you do with that character? So I don't know, but more than that, Nikki, to me, hasn't done anything wrong. I don't know if she's been dealing with an injury. I mean, she hasn't wrestled in a long time, but so I'm not sure if there's something going on behind the scenes. But let's be honest, this isn't about that because they've also released Zoe Stark and they've also released Alba Fire. So it's not about Nikki, being injured or anything like this. Because they've released these other two as well. This to me just looks like it's that time of year. This to me just looks like it's time for releases. So we've got those 3. There hasn't been anything for about 10 minutes right now. So at the moment, it's still on those 3, but I'll be surprised if it just stays at those 3. So, yeah, sort of sucks. I started early because I was excited for SmackDown, and obviously now the conversation is going to be around this. Radiated Zombie said it's confusing with Nikki, as she was good in ring and the witch character had potential. All the backstage teases were goods, but no matches in over a year and a half is bads. Is Joe Gacy gone? No words on that. I mean, I've got my news feed. I've got several news accounts. So I've got Wrestle Purists, I've got Wrestle Talk. As soon as any of that drops, obviously they'll let us know. They're saying that a lot of this came through Fightful Selects. Let me go to that article. Let's have a look and see what's on that article. WWE cuts are ongoing. A number of WWE talent cuts are ongoing. So far, we've heard of Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, Nikki Cross. We're told Zoe Stark was only recently cleared for a return. So there we go. That was posted by Fightful 14 minutes ago. So, I mean, that was after we ended our member stream. That they would have dropped this at the time that I was recording the video that I just recorded about Nikki. At the time, Nikki was the only name that I knew. And she has put a message out as well, by the way. Joe Gacy has gone. Joe Gacy has gone. Word just coming through. Joe Gacy has been released. There we go. Joe Gacy released from WWE. Seems like the Wyatt 6 is dead, says Kader. Wyatt 6 are finished by Wyatt 6. Surely they can't release Bo and Roman. I don't know. I don't know. As we said, we've seen this before. Releases occur. I mean, I can only imagine they feel like they've done everything. The thing with wrestling is we always get so excited about the new people coming up, like Trick and Oba and Javon. Of course we do. Wrestling always, and wrestling fans always look to those shiny new toys. And I'm not even saying that's wrong. I mean, of course we're excited for Oba. Of course we're excited for Trick, you know. But the end result is that, you know, it is going to be pushing others out of the door because you can't just keep adding and adding and adding without taking away. I mean, it will push others out the door. We never know who those people are going to be. But yeah, this is where we are. So Joe Gacy has been released. Let me add that to the names on the screen. Chris said, what next for the Wyatts? Well, it could be game over for the Wyatts. I honestly don't know. Until we know who else has gone, until we get a full picture, we're not going to know exactly where the landscape lies. So, you know, if Bo and Rowan, I mean, what does this mean for Loomis? I mean, if you're Dexter Loomis right now and you've just seen Gacy and you've just seen Nikki Cross go and you're Dexter Loomis, you've got to be a bit concerned, haven't you? I don't know about Bo. I don't know about Uncle Howdy, because I feel like there's maybe a future for him. I could be wrong, of course, but I feel like that character, you know, the brother of Bray, I feel like there's something there. And Rowan connecting back to the Wyatt family, I feel like, for me, those two were always the strongest two. Kind of, you've got the brother of Bray, and you've got Rowan, who is that link back to the Wyatt family. Those two together as a tag team, as, you know, Uncle Howdy trying to win a championship with Rowan as his sort of bodyguards. Like, I feel like there's options there. So for me, that was the core of the group. And then really when it came to Gacy and Cross and Loomis, they were the ones that were sort of ideally benefiting from being in the group. They were the ones that were, you know, kind of in the group and were being pushed as being those kind of, you know, being built up as potentially breakout members. But it's not worked, has it, at the moment? We can all see the Wyatt Six have been struggling, and we've had enough conversations about it. So we're gonna have to wait and see, aren't we, as to where this ends up. I'm not convinced that's it. We just had like a 10-minute period there in between releases, and then we got Joe Gacy's name. Loomis has got to be concerned right now. Jackal said, just in Cross unexpected to part ways. Thoughts? Shocking. Yeah. I mean, releases are not a surprise. It's just when they happen, it's a surprise. There was no word that releases were happening this week. I just did a member stream. There was no chatter or anything about, have you heard the rumor releases today? There's been absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Not a single whisper has been said about releases happening. The only thing you can say is that WrestleMania is done. And so we're in that period now where releases are possible. And you go, yeah, releases could happen anytime because we're done with Mania season. And so that was it. But, I mean, there was no word on it. So as soon as I finished the member stream and I saw that Nikki Cross had gone, I didn't know if that was the start of releases or if it was a one-off, something's happened, she's reached the end of her contract. I wasn't sure. So I knew I needed to start this stream, but I thought, well, I've got to do a quick video on that, of course, but certainly for this community, because this community is such a big, passionate Wyatt community, right? I mean, we did White Rabbit, we did Nightbird, we did breakdowns of all the Funhouse and all of that stuff, right? So for me, it was kind of like, I can't not do a video on that. So I did. And in that video, I said this could be the start of releases, because we've seen this every year where someone is released and, you know, others quickly follow. Didn't know that at the time of recording, and now here we are with Zoe Stark, Alba Fyre, and Joe Gacy also departing. So, yeah, not sure what's going to be next for the Wyatts, because we're not sure where this ends. Keep the Dream Alive said, how badly did creative botch the Wyatts? I would say about as badly as you could botch any group. I don't know that you could have done it any worse, actually. I'm not sure that you could have done any worse than what you did. I think that basically and do you know what's really annoying is they showed how well they can book that group with Nightbirds. If you look at Nightbirds and the amount of work that went into that, you know, and then look at the amount of work that went into that group once they arrived, it's absolute night and day, isn't it? It's absolute night and day. There was so much reason to get excited when we saw Nightbirds. The only thing I can hope is that whatever remains of the Wyatts, if anything remains, because I don't think this is over. I don't think it's just those 4 that are going, right? But whatever remains of the Wyatts, my only hope is that they really get behind whatever is left. And it could be that all that's left is Howdy, Rowan, and maybe Alexa comes in. And I hope that if that's the case, they get behind that group. And I hope that, you know, we get QR codes and we get, you know, that sort of stuff. But again, it's not really the right time for those conversations when obviously there's people out there losing their jobs. I mean, imagine that. I always think, and it's probably flawed thought process, but I always think if I was a wrestler, if I was young and I was a wrestler, I would give everything. I really would. I would give everything. I would be there early. I'd be throwing up in the corner. Make me run the ropes as much as you want. Whatever, right? Because what's the alternative? I mean, the alternative is like, you know, doing live streams and stuff, which I really enjoy. But like, if you're going to be a wrestler and that's your dream, you would give everything for that, you know? I would give everything for that. And so I see a lot of these people, and I don't know what they're like behind the scenes, but you look at someone like, say, Zoe Stark, who's like shredded and who seems like a really nice person. I don't get any vibe from her whatsoever that she is cutting corners, not showing up, being problematic. I don't get a single vibe of that. She strikes me as the kind of person that puts the work in, works damn hard, whatever, what do you need? Yes, sir. All that stuff. And she still finds herself getting cut. And you go, damn, man, it's ruthless, isn't it? It's absolutely ruthless. You can do everything possible, give everything, work hard, be a good person, be a nice person, and it can still just not work out. It can still not work out. I hope that whatever happens with someone like Zoe, right, and Alba Fire, and all of them, right, but I hope that she and they are proud of the fact that they made it that far. I mean, there's so many people. The vast majority of wrestlers never make it to the main roster of WWE. So I suppose rather than like, it didn't work out, you know, I didn't get that amazing run, I didn't get to experience matches at WrestleMania and all this kind of stuff. I suppose rather than that, like, just think about the fact that your hard work got you there. You managed to get yourself to that main roster, and that in itself is a big, big dub. And maybe that's the healthier way to look at it, you know? That's the glass half full way to sort of look at it. That hard work, it did pay off because you got to be a WWE superstar. You got into the video game. You got action figures made of you. Your profile has been massively boosted, you know? You'll be able to go to Comic Cons and be, you know, a former WWE superstar, which is better than having never made it at all. So perhaps there is a more positive way of sort of viewing it, you know? Don't know. I feel for them. I really do. Just Shank said, I've been released as a WWE fan. I think there's been a lot of people released as WWE fans over recent weeks. So, yeah, at the moment, it is those four. These are the four names that we're dealing with. Alba Fire, Nikki Cross, Zoe Stark, and Joe Gacy. Jake Campbell said it was supposed to be a tribute, and it ends like this. Well, it's a ruthless world, isn't it? It is an absolutely ruthless world. The wrestling world is ruthless. PW Insider are now reporting Bo Dallas is gone, says Millennial. Really? Apparently Bo's gone as well, says Aaron. Wow. That's not come through to me yet. Let's just have a look and see if it's on my other one. Another member of the Wyatt Six has gone 36 seconds ago. Let's click on it. Let's have a look. We'll have a look together if it flipping loads. I don't know that it is going to load. I've got this from 56 seconds ago. Well, it's going very well. It's going very well. Oh, here we go. Uncle Howdy, Bo Dallas gone from WWE. Well, there we go. You wanted answers. What next for the Wyatt Six? What Wyatt Six? Without Bo, there is no Wyatt Six. I mean, if with him gone, there is no Wyatt Six. PW Insider won't load for me. You know, it might be struggling because of the amount of traffic. Maybe, I'm not sure. Okay. I mean, what do you say? I can't say anything else that I've not already said. WWE have messed up Bray's legacy, said no context. Blake Monroe's being called up to the main roster, says Connor. Elite Rockers, they only take other people's news, so they're not breaking anything. They will have just got it from PW Insider. Daze, what has gone on with the Wyatts being completely gone? It's a shame, as they had a future. They just kept hitting the same wall, which was being stuck with the MFTs. It's a shame, says Luro. Luro, it's honestly, it's heartbreaking. I mean, that's it. That's the Wyatt 6. They're done. It's over. I mean, I couldn't quite say that when Nikki had gone, because, you know, there was a way forwards. For me, the nucleus, as long as we had Bo and Rowan, although even Rowan wasn't necessarily needed, I think Bo was the one that was keeping the light burning, you know? I think Bo was the one that was really going to be the driving force behind this. Because he's part of the family, isn't he? He's Bray's actual brother. I mean, I can't see anyone else carrying on Bray's story that's not part of the family. I mean, Alexa can do the odd little thing. You know, she can pay tribute here and there, like she did at WrestleMania. But I can't see her wanting to drive a Firefly Funhouse story and all of that. I can't see that. I think it would have been driven by Bo. And with his departure, I mean, that's it. I mean, again, Loomis, Rowan. If you're either of those right now, you're just probably not answering the phone. Rational Gaze said, the Wyatts had a future. Do we not see the Gable story where they actually hurt Gable's momentum? They killed the Creed brothers, who actually have a future, says Rational Gaze. Well, I mean, Chad was doing okay. I mean, he's come back with El Grande, and obviously with the whole identity thing, that's kind of took off. So right now we're building to a red hot mass versus mass thing. So I can't say I've agreed that they've killed Chad. I mean, yes, he had to kind of go in a different direction, but the reason why he did that was because he had a lucha problem. And actually, you might remember he was the first opponent of Penta, and that match absolutely banged. And so they used that and his problem with luchadors to then kind of dig into this El Grande character. Obviously, Chad picked up a bit of an injury. He was away for a while. He ended up coming back, and now we've got this red hot. I mean, if you saw that feud, that moment down in AAA, it was electric. I mean, they were just bouncing off the walls with excitement. So I don't know, man. I can't say that they've derailed or ruined Chad Gable. He's been out with an injury for a while. He's come back and he's in a red hot story with Ludwig. And you know, they just bring him back and have him kind of build him back up as they did. To be honest, they ruined Chad in regards to he should have been the one to beat Gunther for that Intercontinental Championship, but they had Sammy do it instead. So if you really want to kind of dig into where it kind of went south for Chad, not that I think it necessarily did, but there was a bump in the road. I would say that bump was, you know, his daughter crying, and he was determined to be the one to beat Gunther, only for them to then end up giving it to Sami Zayn at WrestleMania 40 instead. You might remember there was a little moment, I believe, between Chad and Sami, kind of leading up to all of that. So I don't know, man. I can't agree with that. I can't say that the Wyatt Six are the ones that derailed Chad, because first of all, I don't think he's derailed, and second of all, I would point to the whole Intercontinental stuff as being a much, much bigger reason as to why he suffered a bump in the road. Jadam said, I think I'm going to skip the live stream because of the release news. I think it's just a bit all too depressing. I can understand that. I mean, I would say it's like crazy for them to do it now, but as I said, it's not crazy, because they're going to hope that the SmackDown stuff, like what goes down on SmackDown, just buries all of these bad vibes. They're hoping that SmackDown will be the, you know, what fixes everyone's kind of mood. But yeah, who's in the mood for a SmackDown now? I'm not really in the mood for a SmackDown now. WWE is a joke, said Get 'em. They finally sealed it. I'm done with this garbage show. Do we think there's any more releases? I'm just waiting to see Dexter Lumis and Rowan, said Luro. Well, we never know, do we? I mean, I can't say exactly if there will or if there won't. The only thing I can say is that, yeah, I mean, why would you keep Rowan and Lumis unless you're going to run them as a tag team? I mean, you can do that. And, you know, I of course, would support them if they stayed. But I don't know. I mean, it's hard to see them staying. Certainly, there's no Wyatt 6 for them to remain in, you know. So I wouldn't be shocked if they don't like putting messages out or word coming out unless unless like they contact the wrestler first. So if they can't get hold of the wrestler, then they'll just keep trying, and then word might not come out. So you know, sadly, you might even hear of releases, you know, an hour from now, because it might be that they're trying to get hold of several people. They just can't get hold of them. And until they've got hold of them, we won't hear about it. That's normally the way it plays. Mad Dog said most being released are SmackDown. Interesting. Aaron said, we put so much work into those Nightbird theories. Well, they put a lot of work into Nightbird, didn't they, buds? I mean, Nightbird itself just had so much work that went into it. So, yeah. WrestleMania said this was one of the biggest missed opportunities in recent times. The opening was so brilliantly done, and it just went downhill from there. It's sad to see. The talent in the group was crazy. Mad Dog said, must be what they meant with SmackDown being big. Niall said, awkward fans in crowd expecting to see them. Oh, what if they've got, like, you know, dressed as Uncle Howdy? I mean, you've seen that, actually. People go in dressed as Howdy. People go in dressed as Abby. Signs for them. I mean, you don't see tons of signs because, to be honest, they've been misused for a healthy period of time now. So, I mean, it's not like they were crazy fan favorites, but they were that group that we were just waiting to see them really get going with. And a lot of people obviously were like, it's never going to happen. And I didn't disagree with that. But it didn't stop you from hoping. Because, you know, if it did get going, it could be really, really good. You know, if it did get going, then, you know, there was something there to get going with. But, Kaylee Ray has sent a message out. She says, Kaylee Ray would batter Alba Fire. Just saying. So, Kaylee Ray there saying that Alba Fire was a bit of a weak character. Which I think a lot of people would agree with. Kaylee Ray was NXT UK Women's Champion. Was she the NXT Women's Champion for a time? I mean, she was booked fairly well when she was Kaylee Ray. As soon as she went up and became Alba Fire, it really did kind of all seem to go wrong. So, yeah. We need to add, don't we, here, Uncle Howdy, Bo Dallas has been released as well. Tristan said, Daze, I can't believe the Wyatts are leaving. It's so sad. Apparently Howdy has left as well. I just saw the report. Tristan, shout out to you, buds. Junkwax said, Wyatt 6 and Nightbirds is how I found this channel. Yeah, I mean, it was obviously such a fantastic time. All of that stuff, the QR codes and theory videos and all of that, I mean, you can really get your teeth into those things because there was a lot to get your teeth into. And there was loads of fan theories, loads of thoughts. It was so much fun. I mean, White Rabbit was a lot of fun when Bray came back, which obviously led up to his passing. He came back and, you know, introduced us to the Howdy character and all of that. And then, of course, he passed away. and we didn't know what was going to happen. And then, of course, we get Nightbirds. Howdy comes back. Howdy is the leader of a group. And we know the history there. I mean, Nightbird was fantastic. It felt like this group could come in and really do some stuff. But instead, they just completely mishandled them. They didn't book them into anything creative. Obviously, there were some other issues as well. We know that Howdy picked up a bit of an injury. And honestly, to me, that WWE are just throwing their hands up saying we can't book them. WWE, to me, are just going, we just couldn't do it. We weren't good enough. We were not good enough to be able to book this group. The challenge was too much for us. It was too big. That's how it feels. That's what it feels like to me. Because they tried to put them into an interesting feud with MFTs, and we saw it was bland. It was rubbish. There was a stolen lantern that we'd done no backstory on. We hadn't dug into the history of. It was this stolen lantern, and it kept getting snatched back, and it was just, even as someone that could really get with the Wyatt Six, I was just desperate for that feud to end because it was rubbish. And that's such a shame, such a missed opportunity. Big Damo, the partner of Nikki Cross, said, I'm beyond proud of you. 10 incredible years living your dream, willing to do whatever it took to entertain. Now you get to do whatever the F you want. So that is Nikki Cross's partner saying 10 incredible years. And it's true, isn't it? I mean, she has put in a lot of time. A lot of time into WWE. Jackal said, for being called creative, not much actual creative is actually going on. Even more proof that TKO are ruining creative, says Jackal. And Connor said, we wish those released wrestlers all the best in their future endeavors. Absolutely. Yes, of course we do. Wrestle Features said they didn't have a clue what to do with the Wyatts after that incredible debut. Nikki Cross, a former world champion, basically stood there for 2 years doing nothing. They were let down by dire creative. It's a huge shame. I just don't get that. I do get it. I keep saying I don't get it, but I do get it. Like, just completely do not give a flip about SmackDown tonight. Now, well done, WWE. Just when you managed to build up, you just managed to build up a little bit of goodwill with a good second night of WrestleMania and a decent episode of Raw, and now you just drop this very timely reminder of how much you suck. They put the Wyatt Six in a lifeless feud with MFTs for 6 months. Yeah, it's true. People online, not happy. People in the chat, not happy. Daze, they sure made them milk the money from the photo ops at WWE World before cutting them, said David. Do you know, that did flash in my head, actually. I agree with you, but also I think, imagine if you got cut just before WrestleMania. I mean, if I was a wrestler, I would want to be going to WWE World, posing with fans, meeting people. So part of me thinks, was it nice of them to let them have WrestleMania before doing the cuts? I suppose it's a little bit like losing your job before Christmas or after Christmas, you know? I sort of feel like, is it better they do it now than before? I think it is. So yeah, but there is another way of looking at it, and that is that they milked them for photo ops and all of that stuff before cutting them. But I think for them, for the talent, it's better to have been able to have gone to WWE World and been a part of all of that. Still no word yet at the moment of any more, so still no word on Rowan or Loomis, but I mean, I think we'll all be surprised if they remain. David, thank you. King Yeti said, I think TNA will pick some of them up. Undeniable Heel said AEW could bring back the Dark Order, but with Wyatt 6. Carry on Brody's legacy with Bray. Again, JoJo worked with them once when she sang. Imagine the Wyatt legacy carrying on outside of a WWE bubble. Well, I mean, I don't know that they'd be able to use names and things like that, of course. And I don't know. I don't know how it would be received, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. Do we think Chelsea Green will create a new faction, says Connor? She could do. Yeah, she could do. Matthew says, WWE sucks. No SmackDown for me tonight. This is crazy. Wyatt 6 for life. Miss Dell Jr. said, why are people saying they're happy about people losing jobs? I'm not seeing that. I haven't seen anyone saying they're happy. So much at an office job because they mess with you a lot at the end of the day. You need to pay respects. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that anyone's necessarily saying that. I mean, I'm sure someone is somewhere, but it's not on my timeline. Andre Chase has gone from NXT. Andre Chase has been released. We've actually got a message from Andre Chase. See what he says.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I just want to hop on here and let you all know that as of today, I've officially been released from my WWE contract. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the support. Thank you to everybody who threw up the U at the shows, whether you bought my t-shirt, bought my action figure, played with me on WWE 2K. Just know that you truly helped make something out of nothing, because when I signed with WWE on the first day, it was made abundantly clear that I was never going to be on television. I was never meant to be a superstar. I was just here to pass on my knowledge to a younger generation. But then something changed, and it was because of your support. It was because of the connection that we had. Suddenly I had whole arenas chanting Chase U and spelling Chase U, and I'm forever grateful for everybody who helped me get to that point. I mean, we won championships in WWE, and that was definitely something that you guys did, and I'm so grateful for it. So thank you so much. The chapter is closed on my WWE career, but my chapter is not closed on professional wrestling. So stay tuned, and hopefully I'm going to be in a town near you very soon. Thank you guys so much. Hey, what's up?
That's a lovely video, isn't it? That's a lovely video, and I think what's really interesting there is when he says that he was never meant, and it was made abundantly clear that he was never meant to be a superstar and he wasn't going to be on TV. I think that's really, really interesting, because I've never obviously heard that before. I've never heard of that, being the case. And we've watched NXT quite a bit, and we've asked the question, like, what's going on with Andre Chase? He's been there so long, but it doesn't feel like he's anywhere near the NXT championship. Doesn't feel like his name ever gets brought up to being called up. And you can't just stay there year after year after year after year, because you're taking a spot, And so if they're not going to move with you, you're in trouble. So I got to admit, that one I'm not shocked at, because there just didn't seem any movement there. And but according to him, I don't know that he was ever going to move. The most interesting part of that for me was him saying it was made abundantly clear when he first arrived. He wasn't there to sort of make it and be a big superstar and make it on TV. He was there to just pass on his knowledge. So, I mean, I don't know loads about him. He must have been on the indie scene for quite a while. And so he was kind of there to, kind of work with talent. But either way, that's kind of reached its conclusion now by the looks of it. So, Andre Chase gone from WWE. I'm going to run out of room here. So Alba Fire, Nikki Cross, Zoe Stark, Joe Gacy, Bo Dallas, and Andre Chase. So that's obviously our first NXT talent that has gone. So that's our first NXT talent. Okay, let's get back to the messages. Phantom, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, and big thank you for all the support over WrestleMania weekend and everything as well. Phantom says, Daze, I gave up my Netflix account. No more WWE. WrestleMania is just not WrestleMania to me. TKO has ruined WWE for me. Not much more to say. I love what you do, though, Daze. Love you and goodbye. Wow. Well, thank you for all the support, my friend. I really, really do appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And, yeah, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I think that you're not alone, though. I've seen a lot of people, certainly that Saturday night after WrestleMania, I've seen a lot of people struggling. And listen, we were saying the damage that was being done was real. This is why when people were saying about how, you know, there was go away heat and, you know, this is heat from Pat and all that, there was real damage that was being done. And what you're doing is you're pushing people to the edge of the cliff, and then it's not going to take much for them to just get knocked off. And so, you know, if you tune into a WrestleMania and there's that many commercials and it just feels very corporate and you're not enjoying it anymore, you know, and then you're looking at the build and it's not what you wanted, and you're looking at the Pat stuff and it's, you know, not what you want. And now you're, you know, I mean, we've got people in the community that were, I wouldn't say like big fans of the Wyatt Six, because there hasn't been a great deal to be fans of, but they were fans of the potential. They were fans of what could have been or what could be. And now that's gone. As I said, a lot of people found this channel thanks to Nightbirds, thanks to White Rabbit. And, you know, they've been on this journey and we've had conversations about the and now that's it. It's done. It's over. They're gone. So unless there's something else that really excites you, unless you're like really into Oba, or you're really interested in, I don't know, the Randy heel turn, or interested in, I don't know, what's good at the moment. What stories are they telling right now that's really good? Maybe the Jacob Roman thing was quite interesting on Monday. Or maybe you're interested in some of the call-ups. Like, you gotta find other things, haven't you, now? So, and for some people, it's just not there. It's just not there. So, Phantom, thank you, my friend. Thank you for all the support. You know where we are if ever you want to come back to wrestling. But, yeah, I get it. I had a lot of people saying these things to me. Certainly that Saturday night. My timeline was like an absolute dumpster fire on Saturday night, with people going, I just don't know that I can do this. This is not fun. I'm not having fun. This is meant to be fun, and I'm not having fun. So I hear you. Rational Gaze said, how could the Wyatts have been booked better? How could they have been booked better? I think they needed to bring in those elements from Nightbird. So what we needed to see was more of those QR codes, and we needed way more backstory. You know, I think the thing with the Wyatts is that their characters are based on characters from Bray. So, you know, they were based on the puppets. So, I mean, people love Firefly Funhouse, and they love the world that Bray built. So, obviously, Bray had Sister Abigail. She guided him. And so he had the Wyatt family. Braun came in. That was a gift from Sister Abigail. They had their compound as to where they lived. And there was this world that was sort of built up. And of course, from there, we had the Firefly Funhouse. We know that Bray kind of learnt to control his darkness, which became the Fiend. We know that Huskus was based on the perception of Bray when he was Husky Harris, and the fact that he was a slob and out of shape, which is why that puppet was called Huskus and was a pig, right? Then, of course, you got Mercy the Buzzards. Mercy being based on Waylon Mercy, who was a character in the 90s, who was so influential to Bray. Dan Spivey actually played a big part in the creation of the Bray character. But you can go back and look at Waylon Mercy, the character, and you can sort of see vibes of, like, you know, the Hawaiian shirts that Bray used to wear, and you can see the inspiration. And so it was a very rich world, Abby the Witch being based on Sister Abigail, of course, Ramblin' Rabbit being based on his rambling promos. A lot of people were critical of Bray's promos just being a lot of gibberish that never really said anything. And so he created a puppet just based on that criticism. And so he built this world, certainly with the Funhouse, but even before the Funhouse with Sister Abigail, the Wyatt family, the compound. And so when he passes away, he kind of passes away with a lot of questions as to where the world was going and what characters were coming and how they were going to interact with each other. And we wanted to get that next chapter, really. And you look at the Wyatt Six and you look at the fact that those puppets have now all been brought to life. Well, not kind of in a supernatural way, but just Nikki is portraying Abby the Witch, you know? And you've got Rowan now who is portraying Ramblin' Rabbit. And so you go, well, what's the backstory there? Where do they live? How do they interact with each other? What's their motivation? What are they hoping to achieve? Like digging into the background, the backstory, trying, I suppose, in a way to find a little bit of resolution, you know? I mean, I feel like we were on this journey with Bray where we were being introduced to new characters and we was building this world. I think what would have been really nice, I think what I would have booked is I would have gone into a bit of an Avengers, this is what it all comes down to. And, you know, I think about Randy Orton and I think about Randy putting a team together to take on the Wyatts and doing a big showdown. You know, Randy was Bray's biggest problem. I mean, you can say that Randy was the reason that the Wyatt family split up. You can say, obviously, at WrestleMania 33, Randy is the reason as to why Bray lost the WWE Championship. You can say at WrestleMania 37 that Randy was there when Alexa turned on Bray and beat him again for the second time at WrestleMania. And it was Randy that burnt down the Wyatt compound. So, you know, Randy is the thorn in Bray's sides. And so for me, I think like having a big sort of moment where we built up to all of these characters trying to get revenge and avenge Bray by bringing Randy down. And maybe he's got a group that's kind of causing massive problems, and the group that brings it down is the Wyatt Six. I think that would be a really, and everything built to that, you know, war games, something along those lines. I think that would be really good as a way of sort of, you know, we did that for Bray. And then Randy, you know, everything he had built, destroyed. You know, maybe Randy has like a year-long title reign, and it's a bit like the Bloodline where there's constant cheating and it's the group that keep helping him, and eventually it's the Wyatts are the ones that bring that down. I feel like it could have built to that as being the ultimate end goal. Maybe for like a chapter one, we move into a different chapter after that. But I feel like something along those lines is what I would have worked towards. And just, you know, why didn't we do a feud with Judgment Day? But actually, you know, where we dig into the characters as well. And this MFT feud, why was it so bad? Why did we not, again, dig into their backstory? Why was it a case that we were arguing over a lantern and we didn't even tell any story about the lantern? We just know that that used to be Bray's lantern. Of course, it's got sentimental value, but they were even trying to hint that it was slightly changing Solo, but we never went far enough with explaining that it had that ability or that it's shown that ability ever before. We never, you know, we could have done more journal entries, could have done more QR codes, certainly could have done vignettes. There's just so much. I mean, where the flip do you even... Do you know what I mean? There's just so much that we could have done. And as I said, the ultimate end goal would have been building up towards like a big showdown. I think Randy would have been really good. Maybe that could have been like the first couple of years. Perhaps like this Survivor Series is maybe where that could have gone down. And then we could have gone into a completely different chapter. I think if we could have... You know, imagine if, like, we told a bit of a story where Ramblin' Rabbit was always quite scared and it was always quite timid in the funhouse, you know? Imagine if we had a bit of a story where things kept going a little bit wrong because he just couldn't pull the trigger. Rowan just couldn't pull the trigger. Rowan he's not the same since Bray went. He's not the same since Luke Harper went. And the Rambling Rabbit character was always a nervy character. So that would fit Rowan well, actually. We didn't even dig into how was Rowan any different to Dexter Lumis? I don't even think they portrayed the characters. I mean, Lumis is meant to be bold. That Mercy character is meant to just tell it like it is. Not the most likable of characters, quite happy to snap at people. A bit of a hothead, but, this is how it is. Wears his heart on his sleeve. There was none of this. There was no character work whatsoever. I would have had Rowan being a bit timid, that gentle giant. Man, if he could only just pull the trigger. The guy's a monster. And imagine if we get to that sort of final showdown with Randy Orton's team and he finally starts doing it. He finally starts dishing out some beatings. Like how awesome that moment could have been. Mercy needs a bit of help and Rowan's a bit timid. And it's like, come on, Rowan. You can't be like this all the time. And, he just starts going off. I think that could have been so good. Because we would know the characters and we would have been on a journey. And we could have done some really good. What you saw could not have been further away from where we needed to be if we tried, honestly. It was so badly booked. To the point where I don't even think it was booked. Honestly, I think they just fitted them in. I don't even think there was a strategy. I think it was a case of, can we get them in here a little bit? Like, can we do something with the Wyatts this week? No? Okay. We'll just put their clip on social media then. Can we fit them in? They were not the priority when it came to booking. It wasn't that we sorted them out and then built the rest of the show, It was more we build the show and can we fit the Wyatts in? M. Cava, shout out to you, said, I want to boycott this company now. It sucks. I cannot believe we're in this situation. Guys, I started half an hour early because I was like, this is going to be good. And I was like, all kinds of excited. And Dexter Lumis tweeted out a few minutes ago showing that he's got a hatchet in his pocket. I don't know if that's like, if you call me, I'm laying you out. I'm not sure what message we're sending here. Maybe he's just feeling this way anyway because his friends are gone. Obviously, he's lost 3 of them. So, I don't think there's been any... Danhausen said Danhausen is back on Cameo. No, they're not cutting Danhausen. They're not going to be cutting Danhausen. Apparently, the numbers for Danhausen have been fantastic. So, no other word of anyone at the moment that I'm seeing anyway. But that's that message going out from Dexter Lumis a couple of minutes ago. Motosin says our favourite Wyatt's being released and how commercial WrestleMania was. My daughter and I have decided we're done. Missing our first show tonight since 2022. I understand. I get it. I really, really get it. Yeah, I get it. Just in case it's as if TKO were just a little bit worried that the mood was improving a bit too much. It's like they absolutely destroyed SmackDown and the hype for Cody Randy. They did a pretty good job of destroying night 1 of WrestleMania, but they just couldn't destroy night 2. That goddamn CM Punk Roman Reigns putting on a banger, which Dave Meltzer's given 5 stars to, by the way. Well, can we ruin the Raw after Mania? Well, we can try. We're not going to make Liv Soul a title match. And we are... Oh, God, what else can we do? We're not going to have any major returns or anything. We definitely won't have The Rock appear or Stone Cold or anything like that. But it still turned out to be a good show. Well, what can we do? Everyone's getting a bit too happy and optimistic. We're not being our evil selves. I know what we can do. Releases. That'll sink the boat. That'll sink the ship. Yeah? Should we do it? Should we do it just before SmackDown as well? So that we can take away any excitement for that show? Yeah. That'll be good, won't it? That'll be good. Oh. Yeah, there's no defending these things. I mean, the only thing I can say is that you can't keep adding to the main roster without taking away, right? I mean, we know that when you're going to keep calling people up, you're making the roster bigger and bigger. Something's going to have to give. So we know this day comes. Doesn't make this day any easier. Doesn't mean we have to like this day. Doesn't mean that we have to sit here all smiles and lollipops and all that stuff. And certainly when it's people like the Wyatt Six that this community are really, passionate about. I mean, whenever I do the community videos, there's always people showing me Wyatt Six figures they've got as they build their Wyatt Six collection. There's Bones in our community who's got loads of the masks and loads of other bits that he's gone and got for the Wyatts. I know many of you out there are going to be really, really feeling this one. This is not just releases, but certainly with it being the Wyatt Six as well, that's going to be like a flipping bomb going off in our community. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to be reading people saying, I'm done. I'm done. I just hope that if karma heads prevail, you will eventually find your way back to WWE, because I hope it's going to get good again. I hope. But, I mean, it's nothing more than a hope. 2025 was obviously a challenge. This year has been maybe a bit better, but I don't even know if I can say that with all the Pat stuff. I think WrestleMania this year was a bit better than last year. I've been asked, was 42 better than 41? I would say yes, personally, but I don't think it's by much, because I think last year had some great matches as well. So I think, for me, this was a bit better, but yeah, lots of commercial breaks. Everyone complaining about that, complaining about the increase in sponsorships. Obviously, the ticket prices have been a massive talking point. And you know what's interesting as well? TKO are causing uproar and upset in UFC, MMA. We're seeing it in that world as well. It's not just wrestling fans that are upset, but UFC fans are saying that the shows feel a bit mid at the moment and they're not feeling that great and nothing is feeling that special. Magic, it's hard to put into words where the magic is and what the magic is. But the magic seems to have gone since TKO took over. And, a lot of that could be just how corporate everything feels, how cold everything feels, all the commercials, all the sponsorship, ticket prices going up, everything getting more expensive. And then, of course, if there has been a decrease in the quality of the show, and no hype packages was so strange. I mean, it really was commercials, entrances, match, commercials, entrances, match, commercials, entrances, match. You got a John Cena segment, but other than that, it was just, I don't know, there was no flavor in there. Backstage interviews of people devastated or people celebrating, or no hype packages to really get you in the mood for the matches. I think all of those things hurt as well. And I don't know why those decisions were made. I can only think it was so they could squeeze more commercials in. And, I mean, you can totally understand why people are like, do you know what? I don't even recognize this company at the moment. I get it. I hear you. Motosin, I hear you. You're not alone. Phantom saying the same. Jamie Harley, shout out to you, my friends. Big Mig said, I better not see that this is for budget cuts. Well, yeah, I mean, that is what it will be. It will be budget cuts. The only thing is, though, again, I have to be fair. You can't keep adding. We've just called up the likes of Ethan Page, Danhausen arrived in February. We had Trick, we had Oba, we had Javon. Jacy Jayne's just about to get called up. Sol Ruka has just been called up. Like, you're adding this wave of new talent. And of course, we heard today Evil's been signed. So there is this wave. There has to be people that leave as a result, because you can't just keep adding and adding and adding. So there are people that are going to have to go. For me personally, I'd much rather it be the contracts just expire and we just say to them, we're not going to extend your deal anymore, rather than, you're in the middle of a deal and, well, bye, So, I always hate that personally, more than like people's contracts just naturally expiring. But it just sucks. I mean, yeah, it just sucks. I'm with you. I totally understand. And I think for those people that are like, oh, well, this always happens, it's no great surprise, whatever, that is also true. They're not wrong. But it doesn't stop people being down about it, frustrated about it, depressed by it. Certainly when it's wrestlers that people really care about, McCarver said all members have been released. What is that coming through? Is it? That's not hit me yet. Dexter Loomis, Sparks release speculation. That's not hit me yet. I've not seen that all of them have been released. I've not seen that Rowan and Loomis are still remaining, but I mean, let's be honest. Would we be shocked if they do, get the call? I can't say that I would be. They've got to be sat there expecting it if they haven't had it already. So a cryptic message from Dexter Loomis is the only thing that we've seen so far. This is the only thing that I've seen, and that was now 13 minutes ago. Haven't seen anything more than that. Haven't seen any word that they're gone yet. But if you're seeing that, then maybe it'll come through to me. Sean Ross said, we've got a free ongoing post with all the information about the releases. Let's have a look at that, shall we? We looked at it earlier and it only had a few names on there. It looks like he's updating it as it goes. Okay, so far we've learned of Alba Fire. Right. So far we've learned of Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, Joe Gacy, Bo Dallas, Andre Chase, and Nikki Cross, which are the names below. There are more coming. That from Fightful Select. There are more coming. We're told that Zoe Stark was recently cleared for a return. We've been reaching out to WWE about a number of additional names, but they're not confirming any as of yet. And the reason for that is because they want to speak to that talent first, which is understandable. But it seems like Dexter Loomis is aware that this is all happening. He's aware it's happening. He's put a message out on social media. So it's not like he's, off kind of being oblivious, is he? He knows this is happening. I've got to think they haven't just called him yet. Thea Hale has just put a message out about Andre Chase, saying there would be no Thea Hale without you. And that's what she said to Andre Chase. There would be no Thea Hale without you. So there we go. That is... Thea Hale just sharing a word there for Andre Chase. Dean said, Daze, I've just got on and I saw the news about Nikki. Does this mark the end of the Wyatt Six? Well, yeah, when I did that video, Nikki was the only name. She was the first name to be announced. And in that video, we said it could be that this is the start of releases. It had that feeling to it because it is after WrestleMania. Nikki being released on her own would be a bit strange unless her contract was expiring and she was the only one. So, just releasing one person would be a very weird. It felt more likely it was going to be a wave, and it has been a wave. So the names that we've got on screen at the bottom of the names so far, Wyatt Six, yeah, I mean they're done, aren't they? The only Wyatt Six names that remain are Rowan and Dexter Lumis. They're the only ones that are still with WWE as of right now. But we just read the Fightful Selector saying that more are, well, they haven't even said expected. They said more are coming. That's what they've said. There are more coming. So they're in no doubt whatsoever that more names are on the way. They're not even saying it's believed that more names are going to be cut. They're just saying more names are coming. Hello, Sydney. Shout out to you, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you're doing as well as you can be with, obviously, the news that's doing the rounds at the moment. Mark said, Bo Dallas never had a chance. Poor guy. Brian said, are the other Chase U members getting released? I don't think there is any other Chase U members. There was Uriah Connors and Kale Dixon, and Uriah has already gone into Birthright. Kale Dixon we just haven't seen in a while. So, I mean, I think he might have still been with Chase U, but they can easily just change him to, you know, a different gimmick. I think he'd be the only one. So Chase U as that sort of big group, it kind of stopped quite a while ago when we had the likes of Duke Hudson and Riley Osborne and Thea Hale in that group. And to be honest, Riley Osborne got released, Duke Hudson got released. Thea Hale obviously is trying to make it on her own right now. Now Andre Chaser's gone. So I think the only name that's connected with Chase U would be Kale Dixon. I think it's too soon. Says Brony, I think Roman is going to retain Roman Jacob conversation. Radiated Zombie said, I hope they don't release Thea. She's good, and she doesn't get the push that she deserves. Dean said, why call up people when they release people? You'd think they'd be worrisome to get called up knowing a release can happen anytime. Well, you can be released wherever, can't you? I mean, Andre Chaser's just been released from NXT, and actually I wouldn't be shocked to see some more NXT releases. Sometimes we do get a bit of an NXT wave as well. So really, you can get released anywhere. So I think if you're getting called up, you just take that as good news. Because to be honest, if you're going to get called up now, like, say, Sol Ruka, you're clearly not on a chopping block. They're not going to call you up and then the next day release you. I'm trying to think if we've ever had that happen. Part of me thinks there might be an example of something similar to that, but not that close where you get called up on the Monday and released on the Friday. I can't recall ever seeing anything like that. So I think that, you take it, obviously. You go to the main roster. You try to stay injury-free. You try to connect with the audience. You hope that creative have plans for you, and you hope it works out. But truth is that, you pick up an injury like Zoe, or creative just, prioritize other people. I mean, God, you could easily just upset someone in creative, and you're done, really. I mean, they just won't factor you into the plans, and you'll be cold, and that you could be done. I wonder if, like, creative backstage, everyone's tiptoeing around them, just being all nice because they've got the pen, the power, Yeah. So I think if you get called up, like, obviously you take it as the dub that it is. You can get released at any stage in the machine. Netforce said, I hate how WWE just drops the ball on creative and then releases wrestlers like it's their fault. They weren't the ones being used right. The spot is so fragile if creative just doesn't do right by you. I agree. Kelly said, I can't even put my thoughts into words. I am so peeved. Doug said, Blair Davenport got called up and released pretty quickly. I do seem to remember there being an example of someone being called up and then released quite quickly, yes. Blair Davenport, I'd have to just have a look into, like, the time frame on it, but yeah, there is one. XM202 said BFAB was called up and got released. Creative is shiz, especially on SmackDown, said Big Minx. Steve said call-ups are always a gamble. They always have hopes and bring up who looks best, but there's never a guarantee that it'll work out. It sucks, but it is the harsh reality of the wrestling business. Brony said, now that seemingly the bloodline are back, I really hope that Usos aren't constantly helping Roman win matches. The dynamic won't work if they're baby faces. It's going to make Roman look weak. Mark said the Wyatt Six just weren't getting crowd reactions, so I'm not surprised. It's Cozy said you get some new debuts and call-ups throughout the year to make up for the releases, and the cycle repeats itself every year. Miss Dell Jr. said, I love and hate WWE. Not only does the company and TKO, but the fan base are too negative. Even if it's right or not, I still hate being part of a community that's like that, says Mr. Dell Jr. I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion, aren't they? Everyone is going to feel how they feel. So, I mean, the truth is, if some people... Rowan's been released as well now. If some people... Body Slam has learned that Eric Rowan and Dexter Lumis have been released. So, there we go. 1 minute ago, Dexter Lumis, Rowan have been released. The entire Wyatt Six is gone. So, the Wyatt Six are no more. Yeah, I mean, look, people are going to feel how they feel. In wrestling, you're never going to have 100%, are you? You're never going to have 100% of people thinking or feeling the same way. I know how I feel about it, and that is, I just feel really, really sorry for these performers. And certainly when I look at the Wyatt Six, I look at them and I think, what more could they have done? With the TV time they were given, the creative that they were given. We've said repeatedly throughout, from the moment that they debuted, they're not booking them right. The creative is not right. We're not digging into the characters. We're not presenting this group right. It's not like we're just saying it now they've been released. I mean, Jesus, we've been saying it pretty much on a weekly basis. Nothing since, I would say, the debut where they destroyed Gorilla. I would say pretty much everything after that. I mean, when Nikki was delivering those tapes, that was interesting. It wasn't mind-blowing, but, there was a bit of character work there. She was delivering a tape to Michael. It would get played. We would then see a bit of backstory for each of the characters. I'll take that. That's fine. I'm not throwing that out. But, I mean, that lasted, a month after the debut or so? And really everything after that, you can just chuck it away. I can't. Maybe the kidnapping of the Miz you might keep, but pretty much everything else was done. So yeah, the whole group has gone now. The entire Wyatt Six, no more. Let's take Nikki Cross off and let's just put Wyatt Six. I wonder how Alexa's feeling right now. I wonder if they'll go to Whataburger for one last meal together. Okay. The moment they chose to add Nikki instead of Alexa, they killed this promising faction. WWE mishandled them massively, says James. Final Boomer said WWE took Bray's lantern and broke it like our hearts. Fireflies forever. Thank you, Wyatt Six, says Final Boomer. Calvin said, I hope Maxine isn't next because I would really like to see her join the Vision. Big Tony K said, I think the Wyatt Six would be incredible additions to the talented AEW wrestling pool. Have we got any predictions as to what company the talent will go to? No. I mean, I don't know who's looking. I mean, again, these companies have got to look at their own budgets, haven't they? And also, you know, you've got to think, like, have you got something similar already? Are they going to clash with something that's already on your roster? And what do you want to get out of it? And what can you get out of it? Because don't forget, things like Ramblin' Rabbit and Huskus and all that kind of stuff might all be trademarked. So what can you even do? I mean, how can you expand on a world that you can't touch, that you can't reference and talk about and use as part of your presentation? So you probably wouldn't be able to use the Wyatt 6 name, and I don't know that you can use all the character names. So even thinking about them going to a different company, it just feels like the whole concept's dead in the water. Plus, would Bo even want to do that? I have absolutely no idea. You know, part of this was about keeping Bray's fire burning, you know, that legacy burning. We might get a really interesting interview out of Bo Dallas, you know, or out of these people. I mean, they might be on Chris Van Vliet or whatever. You might get a really, really interesting, you know, quotes out of them as to how they think it's all gone, but whether there's a future for them as a group. I mean, if they want it and they all want to stay together, but again, who's going to bring in a group that size? Who's going to want to pay for all of those wrestlers as a faction? When I'd imagine TNA's budget is quite tight. Obviously, AEW's budget is not as tight, but I don't know, does Tony even want this group? No idea. No idea. They weren't just appealing to me. I think that with some creative freedom, but it didn't work. Howdy wasn't good. The tag team didn't work. Nikki was irrelevant, says Chris. Foxy Light said releases suck, but hopefully bringing in new talent to SmackDown will hopefully pick it back up. Ellis Stubbs said, I'm numb to the releases. WWE is just rotten, penny-pinching company, and we know this. Most of the wrestlers will flourish elsewhere with more direction than they ever could have had in WWE. Mr. B Light said, at this rate, the lack of creative team, they will mess up and fumble stars like Oba, who is pure money waiting to be huge. AJG said, Daze, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but we can only pray that Tony Khan buys WWE. What TF is wrong with me, said AJG. Tiny Tails said, the mind-blowing Wyatt 6 debut has millions of views, but the booking was absolutely terrible. As I've said before, always light on it was just always the same, so I understand audience didn't connect. The Beach Kevin said, I don't think this is a budget issue for WWE. They just can't keep adding to the roster without releasing some of the other talent. Weird Flex said, penny pinching, but they still managed to pay for Tozawa for nearly a decade without Tozawa doing anything to move the business bottom line. It's an absurd take. AJG said, Lizzie Rain is the only reason that I'm going to watch WWE show. Does AEW have any supernatural angles, says Goober. I think the only one was Danhausen, and he got rarely used. To be honest, even Triple H tried to keep the Wyatt Six away from supernatural stuff. They had an aura and a presence, but we weren't really digging into the supernatural stuff. I don't even think that was the problem. Dante Chen. Has Dante Chen gone? I think Dante Chen has gone as well. That's obviously not a massive name, but we've been watching him in NXT and more recently Evolve. Dante Chen says, goodbye and thank you, WWE. 5 years, 147 matches. The list of names of people that I want to thank is endless. I am proud to be the first Singaporean-born WWE superstar, and I hope that inspires everyone that anything can be achieved. Stay tuned. Chen, now, forever, together. So Dante Chen, joins the list of, as I said, not the biggest name, but certainly a name that people will be familiar with if you watched Evolve or a little bit of NXT, or it might have appeared on main events, 205 Live, you know, those kinds of places. So we need to add him to the list below, don't we? So Dante Chen. So I don't even know how many people were dealing with that have departed. We've got Alba Fire. There was 5 in the Wyatt 6, so that gives us 6. Zoe Stark, Andre Chase, Dante Chen. We're looking at 9 names that have departed. Alba Fire, Wyatt 6, Zoe Stark, Andre Chase, Dante Chen. People overreact, says Callum. Half these people weren't interesting to watch. There are better people being called up to fill their spots. Yet they will be like, I'm not watching SmackDown, says Callum. Steve said, it feels like they've spent all their time, all their creativity and best that they had with Nightbird and the debut without having anything truly good to follow up with it. It was always a concern. LS Dub said, these wrestlers don't even need to go to AEW. They can go anywhere and do more. It sucks that these performers lose their jobs, but they will be fine, said LS Dub. Apollo Crews needs to be in the Hall of Fame if he survives this again, says Brony. Higgy said, I don't think I'm going to watch with the community. You guys are taking the cuts too serious, says Higgy. Well, listen, people are going to feel the way they feel. And a lot of the people that are being cut are people that, you know, I mean, the Wyatt 6 was massive for this community. That's, you know, a big name, a big group that people had a lot of affection for. A lot of people found this channel due to Nightbird. So, I don't know. I mean, look, you all do what you feel is the right things for you to do. If you want to watch the show with us, you can do that. If you don't want to, you don't have to do that. But I don't think people can be down on people feeling sad at seeing some wrestlers that they've enjoyed watching or had high hopes for losing their jobs. Like, that feels a little bit strange to me, to be honest, how people can't see why people would feel that way. Like, I don't know. I don't get that. But then if there's people out there that don't get why people are feeling that way, then, well, fair play. But I mean, this is what you're going to see. You'll see this everywhere. You know, our community is just a snapshot of the wider WWE universe. There's not really anything, you know, different about our community other than we try to make sure that the trolling element stays out. So some people are feeling sad about it. Some people couldn't care less. And I think you'll see that reflected across the wider WWE universe. Okay. So Dante Chen is still the most recent release. That's where we are right now. Let's have a look at some of these messages, catch up with the super chats. Bryn said, I would chant Jelly Roll like you did to keep my job. Just Shanks said, TKO, you are cursed. DK said it felt like they were wrestling with something to prove in the street fight. Oh, it felt like they were wrestling with something to prove in the street fight. And it makes sense now. Jamie Harley said, I saw that Sheamus and Piper Niven are gone. That's not come through to me yet. Sheamus would be a massive announcement. Piper Niven is out with an injury at the moment. I could see that happening, to be honest. Sheamus would be a huge announcement. I don't know. That's not on my timeline yet. It could be happening. All I'm going to say is be careful where you get your news from, because there's definitely going to be people out there making up stuff that's just to get like views, whatever. I'm not saying that the Sheamus one is that or the Piper one is that, but I don't have that on my timeline yet. This is where we had like the Wyatt 6 news coming through. That was about 13 minutes or so ago. Then after that, we had Dante Chen. He announced, and then obviously everyone else jumps in and reports that. Dante Chen is where we are. And Dante Chen is still my recent one. Let me refresh, see if anything else has come through. Rhea Ripley has arrived. Loomis has departed. Dante Chen. Yeah, that's all I've got right now. But again, I'm on it. I'm keeping an eye on it. We've got about 50 minutes until SmackDown. We've got about 50 minutes. Let's flip back over. Jeremy said, one match that I would like to see would be Oba Femi versus Roman Reigns for the title. Well, I think they're going to look to do that at the end of the year. There was a thing, wasn't there, on the post show, which was the fans chanting Oba's name and Oba's going to kill you. And Roman basically said, let's see how you do over the summer. You had a big night at WrestleMania. Well, I've done that many, many times. So let's see how you do over the summer. David said, I think Grayson is going to be released. Connor said, do we think that Jacy and Rey both appear on SmackDown? Well, the rumor is they're heading to SmackDown. So whether they appear tonight, we're going to have to wait and see. Let Him In said, at the end of the day, there are people that have lost their jobs no matter what the group or the story was. They are just people. I agree with that. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Hope you're doing well, buds. Thank you for the support, obviously. And hope you had a good time over in Las Vegas. Wrestle with Andy said, do we think the Wyatts were given a fair chance? It's been about 3 years since they started Nightbirds. I don't feel like they were given a fair chance, no, because unless I saw them doing what I would hope to see, I don't see how we can say... We certainly can't say they tried everything with the group, because they have not done what we were looking for. And I think that this group was always going to divide opinion. But, you know, we were the hardcore fans that were really into it during Nightbirds and, you know, even before that with White Rabbit and Bray Wyatt and the Fun House and all of this stuff, right? I feel like we're in a good position to be able to share our thoughts as to how they use the Wyatt Six. And really, the truth is, after the debut, we were waiting for that group to be given the opportunity that we were hoping to see from the very beginning, you know? We didn't give them a backstory. I didn't see the character work. I didn't see the characters kind of, you know, each having their own personality. Didn't see how they interacted with each other. I feel like we've done more with the Vision since they started last year, where we saw them backstage with Heyman and we saw interactions. We didn't even get much of that, to be honest. I mean, even the Vision group was struggling. So this is not a Wyatt Six isolated incident, because I would say that the Vision was also not landing and not really working throughout 2025 for the exact same reasons, because you didn't invest enough into the group. It's one thing to have them on TV cutting a promo saying we're badasses, but, you know, the success of the Bloodline was largely driven by a lot of those backstage segments where we could find out about the characters and how they interacted with each other. We knew that Jay had a problem with Sammy. We knew that Jimmy liked Sammy. We didn't know how Roman felt, and that was interesting. Sammy would be the comedy character, which is obviously very different to Roman. Roman is not the comedy character. How would Heyman react to Sammy? How would Heyman react to the Usos? How would any of them react to an obstacle that was put in their way? And a lot of the story was being driven by that, because, you know, something would happen. We would want to know how would the group respond, and what would the dynamic be? You know, they lose the match on Friday. Well, Roman's back next week. Oh my God, what's Roman going to say? Roman's back next week. What's he going to say? He's not going to be happy, man. Gotta tune into that. You know, the Bloodline make their way down to the ring. They're standing behind Roman, sort of looking at each other, a bit nervous because they didn't win last week. Roman told them they had to. Roman asks for the microphone. Acknowledge me, right? We've got a bit of business we need to get to. Here we go. He's not going to be happy. All of that work, digging into the characters, the backstory, the interactions, it was there for Bloodline. It was not there for the Vision. It was not there for the Wyatt Six. And to not see that and to not get that, even as an online exclusive, we didn't even get it as an online exclusive, let alone on the shows. They weren't even giving it to us online, right? Could have made it a X exclusive or a YouTube exclusive or anything, right? They could have done something there, but they didn't. And to not get that, I think was so disappointing. And we were really waiting for a big feud because we weren't doing it when they were tag champs because it only involved 2 of them, right? So we weren't doing it when they were tag champs. They were absent for a long period of time because of injury and the fact that Bo's dad, Mike, was obviously struggling and had you know, issues, I think a heart attack. And so, you know, there was problems anyway in the group, but we did get going with them. But what we did was just the absolute bare bones. We could not have done less if we tried, unless we just kept them in catering and didn't use them on TV, you know, or just used them in main events. But yeah, I there's no way I can sit here. You can say that they had time, but what you can't say is they had the creative investment. And so for me, without that, this group just did not connect with the audience. And that's not creative's problem, really. Creative, just, you know, that's it. End of the road. You're done. It's Wyatt Six's problem. Creative didn't help you. They didn't give you what you needed. You paid the price. Simple as that. If I had seen those things happening, then I would change my tune. If I'd seen a lot of that stuff that I just spoke about, and we dug into the backstories and we were getting regular vignettes. I mean, whenever we did get a vignette from the Wyatt Six, they were in some black void. Do you know what I mean? Like, they were just all in a group in, like, this black nothingness. Again, what are you meant to speculate about? What are you meant to dig into? What are you meant to talk about? What are you meant to get excited by? Plus, the promo itself was not cryptic. It was just, you're going to learn what a real family looks like. MFTs. You think you're a real family. Your bond is a sham. There's nothing to speculate about. There's nothing to dig into. There's nothing to get excited about. There's nothing to really even talk about. It's just nothing. It's just nothingness. It was a load of nothingness. Very, very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. But, you know, here we are. We've said it so many times that it wasn't right. And look, the end result is, that's it. The end result is that they paid the price and they are gone. So, as I've said, I know why people in this community especially are disappointed at the Wyatt Six being released. No one needs to apologise for feeling like that because we had such high hopes when they came in, and that was a big part of this channel. And a load of people there have just lost their jobs. You know, there's a lot of people now tonight that just don't know where they're going to go next or what they're going to do next, you know. And so I think having empathy for that is not a bad thing. I really don't see why that's a problem. But, you know, it is what it is. There's nothing you can say. We knew releases were going to come at some point, and you just never know who it's going to be. And we still don't know if this is it, to be honest. There could be even more. There could be more. Don't know. Or this could be it. I'm just having a look on Wrestling Fightful Select. Let's have a look and see what this says. Okay, a number of cuts are going on. So far, we've learned of Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, Joe Gacy, Bo Dallas, Rowan, Dexter, Andre Chase, Nikki Cross, and Dante Chen. This report still says there are more coming. It still says there are more coming from Fightful Select. We've reached out, but nothing is confirmed. Angelo Dawkins was not released. His tweet was not indicating that he was. So apparently Angelo Dawkins has put a tweet out and people are freaking out that he's gone as well now. But apparently that's not true, right? He's not been confirmed yet. There are a number of talents not backstage for SmackDown this week. Number of talent not backstage for SmackDown this week. So according to Fightful Select, it doesn't look like the releases are done yet. Matt Jason said they've even lost on AAA. There was just no hope, said Matt Jason. Moose Thorpe, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. Daze, I'm watching the NFL drafts. I definitely couldn't miss this stream, though. I appreciate the way that you handle the cuts. Well, I just want to be respectful. I really do. I feel, an empathy for these people that have just lost their jobs. And we've been through this before as well. It tends to happen every year. So this is certainly not the first time that we've been through this. But, it's just sucks. It just sucks. I started half an hour early. We've been streaming nearly 2 hours. An hour and 40 we've done. And I was so up for this stream. I was so excited for this show. And everywhere I'm looking in the chat, online, it's just all flipping doom and gloom and on fire. Okay. Dawkins has improved a lot, said CFN2. I don't agree with that. He's a sleeper talent that deserves more praise. He's the one who cuts most of the promos in the profits, said CFN2. M. Cava said, I'm watching NBA over SmackDown. Night 1 made me hate WWE, but Night 2 did heal it a little bit. The releases are ridiculous, said M. Cava. Bone said, I'm looking forward to SmackDown. I'm excited for some new storylines, some debuts, and some call-ups. 68 Ian Sutton said, it is a shame for the Wyatt 6. I had high hopes for them, but it just never got going. Bo really wanted to do Bray proud. Well, he will have done Bray proud anyway. Definitely. He tried to keep that flame going, and, he kind of ran into the same problems that Bray ran into. I mean, don't forget, Bray also got released by WWE. And then brought back by Triple H. Yeah, just crazy, isn't it? Crazy that it's kind of happened again. Only this time, it's not Vince. I mean, I think what's happened is if I'm a guessing man, a betting man, I would say that they've probably looked at the rosters. They've probably sorted out the Raw roster, the SmackDown roster. Maybe a draft will be on the way. But they've looked at what they need. They've obviously called up people from NXT. They obviously will have been given a budget by TKO. And TKO will want to keep that budget tight. They're not just going to allow them, because they've made money at WrestleMania, to just expand it and expand it and expand it. I mean, it's going to be, what do you need, really? What is it that you realistically, for a 3-hour SmackDown and a 2.5-hour Raw, what do you need? Right? By now, you should have an idea, if you're Triple H, of I need this many people, this many heels, this many faces, this many men, this many women, this many tag teams. And if you're over that, and TKO have given you a budget, and you're over that, I mean, you have to make cuts to bring it back all into line. So I think, these people that we're seeing are just obviously regarded as being kind of excess to requirements. But yeah, he still kept that flame going. He still tried, still put that work in, and he kind of hit the same obstacles that Bray hit. So no doubt Bray would still be proud of that effort. Daze, SmackDown should be a good show. Let's not try and dwell on releases the whole show, although I do understand the empathy, says Brony. Yeah, I think it's hard though, isn't it? Because it's not done. That's the other problem, is that this isn't done. So Fightful Select have said more could be on the way. So you just, I think if we could sort of have the conversation about it and then put it to bed, that would be one thing. Like, that would be, you know, if the list came out and it was like, this is who we've lost, we could talk about it and then hopefully move on. But this sort of drip of information where, you know, you don't know what's coming next. I mean, there's people speculating now. I mean, the other problem you've got is, you know, in the chat, there's people saying, is Sheamus gone? Online, I'm seeing Gargano trend. People are asking about Josh Briggs, I just saw. Fightful Selector having to, you know, say, no, Dawkins has not gone. And it's like, there's all this noise that's happening because they're dripping the information through. So you can't even just read the list, have the conversation and move on. The way that it's structured, the way they do the releases, means that you just don't know when it's done. So, I mean, we can, like, move on and then bang, next person comes on. So, oof. Fightful have just put a message out. They said, the names of WWE departures are available on our social media account, Sean Ross Sapp's Twitter account, and the free tier of Fightful Select. Please choose kindness in light of people losing their jobs today. That's the message from Fightful Select. Okay, well, there's no more word on anything at the moment, right? So we can jump in the chat and see where the conversation's at. We got about 35 or so minutes to go. Darren said, what makes it so mean-spirited? WWE had a number of the wrestlers in Vegas doing appearances and meet and greets. Spawny Boy wondering about Jordan Grace. Wyatt 621 said they milked the Wyatts for merch and Halloween Horror Night. Oh, yeah, the Halloween Horror Nights. Oh, my God, yeah. I mean, if you manage to get to that, then that was very special because I don't know if they're going to do another one of those again, are they? Yeah, I forgot about the Halloween Horror Nights. Miss Dell Jr. said, how will WWE be good again if TKO ruins the entire business? Triple H getting fired isn't going to help. It'll make it worse. Bringing in Vince or Undertaker won't help with creative. I think WWE will live forever. My love for WWE is as deep as you can really go. And, you know, we've been through tough times before as well. I mean, we've been through releases before. We've been through bad years before. We've been through bad manias before. I don't feel like I'm really experiencing anything too drastically different. I suppose the only concern is this, to my knowledge, is the first time that we have hit hard times with TKO in charge. I think when Vince was in charge, you sort of knew that it would bounce back because, well, you could look at the new generation, which was, you know, at times not regarded as being that great. And we bounced out of it into an attitude era. You can have a look at, like, times during, you know, even Ruthless Aggression at times had some really good stuff, but there was definitely shows and moments that were just not really landing. I remember a lot of people complaining about how this didn't feel like the Attitude Era, even when we were in Ruthless Aggression. It's funny how, like, people can look back on those time periods and just think that everything was amazing. But the truth is that there was a lot of complaining. Even during Ruthless Aggression, it wasn't as good as, like, when it was Stone Cold and The Rock, you know? And then, of course, when we hit PG, I mean, wow, that really upset a lot of people when we embraced a PG rating. I mean, we were well away from the Attitude Era at that point. And, you know, there was always things that you could find that were entertaining, be it Punk, be it Daniel Bryan, or the Wyatts, or the Shield, when you're kind of in that kind of 2010s, early 2010s sort of periods. But, of course, we got to a point where even that would be declining. 2019 famously seen as a really bad period. So I feel like we've been through these times before. We just haven't necessarily been through them with TKO. And I think the thing about TKO is that this feels very cold. It feels very corporate. Doesn't feel like the commercials are going to be reduced. or the sponsorships are going to be reduced. It feels like, if anything, those things could get a bit more out of control. But there has to come a point where they know that they've gone too far, or there has to come a point where the business starts hurting. I mean, bottom line is, Nick Khan said ratings, revenue, and relevancy. Those are the 3 R's. If we're getting decent ratings, we're making decent money, and we're making noise, that's all we care about, right? And if those areas start to suffer, they will have to make some sort of change. They will have to make the show a bit more palatable again. So I'm not worried for the future of WWE. I think it's very sad to see people saying that they're done and going. I think that's very sad. It's sad for me as a WWE fan to see people sort of feeling like that's where they are, right? And I get it. I really understand. The only thing I can say is we've been here before. When Vince was in charge, it was not all plain sailing. Absolutely far from it. This is just the first time we're going through it really with TKO. So I suppose the only concern is I always had confidence that Vince could pull the ship, the plane out of the nosedive. We could always find a way out. Right now, there's a lot of bad feeling around, and I'm not sure how this shakes out at the moment. But what I do know is Nick Khan said the other day, ratings, relevancy, and revenue, those are the things he cares about. If they start taking a hit, they're going to have to do something. They'll have to respond. There will have to be a change put in place. So whether that's like Triple H loses his job, or whether they scale back a bit on sponsorship and commercials, hard to see that happening, but perhaps it wouldn't hurt as much, or people wouldn't be bothered as much if the match quality was better. If you had a banger and after banger after banger at WrestleMania, rather than, a lot of those matches, Meltzer was given like 2 3/4 stars. Just 2.5 stars, 2 3/4 stars. I mean, you're watching wrestling that's not really emotionally moving you, and then you have a load of commercials, and then you go to another match that doesn't really emotionally affect you. And then you have the main event, which I think Meltzer gave like 3.5 stars to, and I saw a load of people saying that felt generous. So, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of problems right now. I think night 2 of WrestleMania was good. I think Raw was fine. And I think they will really try and deliver a show tonight that's going to take some of that kind of bad taste out of the mouth that everyone's got now. That's what they're going to try and do tonight. Whether they succeed, we're going to have to wait and see. It's the ruthless depression era, says Ryu. TKO doesn't control commercials. The TV and the streaming networks do, says MIJ, is it? Yeah, it's a good point, that, actually. I mean, what I would say is that them selling to ESPN has obviously resulted in the amount of commercials we've got now. I think WWE fans were spoiled when it was on the WWE network, because when it was on the network, of course, we didn't have those kind of like commercials. And then, of course, it went to, what was it? Not Paramount, Peacock. And we didn't have like the amount of commercials that we have now. But they did the deal with ESPN because that was the best deal for them. But the result is now we have all these commercials. This was the first WrestleMania on ESPN. We hadn't done one before because the first show on ESPN was WrestlePalooza. So whether it's TKO that has control over that, or it's ESPN that has control over it, the bottom line is they chose ESPN as that partner because it was the partner that was going to offer them the most amount of money. And obviously the downside is that to get that money back, they want to put in the most amount of commercials. And so you've kind of traded a little bit of the spirit of wrestling, if you will, right? Like now we have to watch all these commercials at WrestleMania because you're now getting more money from ESPN. But then the flip side of that you can say is, well, you could have no commercials, but you'd then have to go back to spending $50 a pay-per-view or $60 a pay-per-view. I mean, do we remember those days before the network when all of the shows were pay-per-view and you had to spend $50-$60 for each one? So, you know, this model is, I would say, better than that model. But wrestling fans have been spoiled, certainly with the network and Peacock, where they weren't having this level of commercials. So that's why, you know, it feels like a bit of a kick in the nuts right now. And again, you have to remember that a lot of people don't tune in to a lot of the shows. That, you know, my brother is interested in a Rumble. He's interested in a WrestleMania. He'll be interested in a SummerSlam. Like he'll be like, what went down? Anything interesting? And if he's at home and it's on, he might put it on. But he's not a regular viewer. So for him, if he's tuning in and there's a lot of matches that he just doesn't care about, and then he's got to sit through a load of commercials, it could be enough to drive him away, to be honest. Could be enough for him to go, I'm not watching this, and just go off and do something else. So, don't know. I mean, all of these things have got to be took into consideration. They'll obviously be monitoring all of this. You know, how ultimately, how does it affect the revenue? You know, that's what it all comes down to at the end of the day. How many people are tuning in? Is it working for ESPN? Is it working for Netflix? You know, at the end of the day, it all comes down to money, doesn't it? Jared said, there could be a few surprises tonight. I was here on Tuesday. I'm happy to share surprises with you. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean, Jared. There are rumours of call-ups for tonight, and there are names doing the rounds, if that's what we're talking about. I'm just looking to see if there's any other names that have been announced. I don't believe so. I think that's where we are right now. I think that's everyone that's been announced. So yes, call-ups tonight we should be getting. The WWE Network was the best thing they did, said Albert. It's pretty bad that you have so many services to watch all of the WWE products on unless you use a VPN. Do you know, there was a comment from Mark Shapiro that concerned me. But this is how the business world works. And basically he said, a friend of him says, if you want to watch all the New York Yankees games, you got to spend about $1,000 because you got to go to this platform and that platform and this platform and that platform. And the point he was making was, we're not the only ones that are doing this, right? We're not the only ones that are asking our fans to subscribe to all these different platforms and spend a lot of money to watch the product that they love. We're not alone in doing that. But the problem is, if you was to ask New York Yankees fans, are they happy about the fact they've got to spend $1,000 to follow all of their team's games? I would imagine the answer you'd get is no, this sucks. Like, you know, we shouldn't be putting up with this, blah, 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 right? I can't imagine they're like, oh, yeah, I love it, right? But that's how business works, isn't it? Someone does something like that and they go, oh, they're getting away with it. I wonder if we can get away with it. And so then, of course, if someone goes, oh, well, you've got to subscribe to CW Network for NXT. You've got to be subscribed to USA Network for SmackDown. You got to be subscribed to Netflix for Raw. You got to be subscribed to ESPN, the app, whatever that is, for the pay-per-views. You know, you've got all these different places that you need to go for different things. And their response will be, yeah, but, you know, you have to do that with the New York Yankees. And so all of a sudden it's, you know, they kind of use each other as a way of justifying it. But the whole thing is wrong. You know, I mean, like, it's the consumer that is paying the price here, aren't they? You know, so I don't know. I get why there's so much doom and gloom. I get why people are so down on it. We just were eating good when we had the network. It's that simple. When we had the network, we were eating goods. And you know what's annoying? We did know as well at the time. We loved it. The network was fantastic. No one said anything bad about the network. No one was complaining about $9.99 a month. It was great. And everyone was like, big thumbs up, and it was all great. And we had all the back catalogue, and it was great. But I mean, it comes down to the fact that they felt they could make more money by doing it a different way, and you know, that was it. The network was done. Gone but not forgotten, eh? It's not like we can't say we didn't know how good it was. We knew how good it was. The network was fantastic. Jared said I was saying it because we watch NXT and it feels only right for me to be here to watch this with you. Jared, thank you. Appreciate the support, buds. And user VC7 said, Daze, even if I dropped WWE, I would still listen to you. Well, thank you, my friends. I mean, look, people are going to just have to feel how they feel and do what they think is right for them to do. I don't have any plans to stop watching WWE because my love for it is so deep. I mean, I've been watching since the 90s. I mean, I can be disappointed by what they do. I can be down on stories. But I've said before, it's exactly the same as watching a sports team that is struggling and you want them to do better. And you're just hoping that they turn it around. And right now, we've been through a bit of a storm with WWE, and, you know, we've just took another knock here. Many of you are massive Wyatt 6 fans, as I said, and that's going to especially hurt this community. And, you know, I'm disappointed with it. I mean, they were not goods. They were not a group that had clicked. They were not a group that had connected with the wider fan base, but you just held on to that hope that they could at some point, and well, you know, obviously that hope has gone now, and yeah, I can understand people being deflated and flat and sad, and yeah. 20 minutes until SmackDown, and we'll obviously see what they've got on that show. I don't know if we're going to get any more news coming through. It feels like it's been a while since we had that last news. I think Dante Chen about 30 minutes ago was the last news that we had. Fightful Select is still saying there are more coming, but so I don't know if they've heard anything like specifically about anyone. But again, you know, they're just trying to call people, and if they can't get through to them, then you know they'll keep trying or try later. And until they've actually told the person, they don't want people finding out that way. You don't want to find out on X and everyone talking that you've lost your job without WWE speaking to you first, you know. Someone online's like, Chelsea got released, and Sean Rossap says no. Chelsea did not get released. You're probably going to see a lot of rumours about different names, but Sean says no, not Chelsea hasn't gone. Chelsea has not been released, says Mark. Apparently, there's no more NXT releases, says JM. Connor said Blake getting called up. Suzanne said, it's a shock, but we'll get over it. Metal Mama said, I'm going to medicate and come back so I don't pee anyone off. Mistel Jr. said, do we think people saying that we're going to hijack SmackDown? We need people chanting it at the shows. We're not in the early 2010s during Daniel Bryan era. Do we think people saying we're going to hijack SmackDown? I don't know who's saying they're going to hijack SmackDown. I don't really see any of those things. So for me, like, I don't know about any of that. I mean, you might get like a Wyatt 6 chant. You might get something like that. But to be honest, I don't think they'd massively connected with the audience anyway. I don't think this is like when Bray was released. I think this was a group that people thought might do something, but hadn't. And, you know, I don't even think had really been in much of a position to do anything. So I'm not really seeing there being a takeover or anything like that. I mean, we've lost bigger names than this in the past. Let's hope for a good show, said Radiated Zombie. Yes, I agree. My dream of Howdyhausen is dead, said Wheels Have Eyes. Definitely didn't connect with the audience, said Let Him In. Wyatt 6 would do better in AEW, said Tom. If you don't like it, then just stop giving WWE your monies, said 107 Carnage. Think Positive said Bray release didn't affect me, nor his death. I wasn't a fan of satanic gimmicks. Well, I mean, I think surely his passing affected you because he left kids behind, like just on a human level, you know, like surely in that regard. I gave up watching Spurs. I would give up EastEnders before WWE says how. Andrew said, I'm gutted for the Wyatts. I hope that other people who are let down by WWE like Chelsea or LA can fly. Otherwise, we are faced with usual... Where did that comment go? Otherwise, we are faced with usual regurgitation. Jared, shout out to you. Appreciate it, buds. Doc Holliday said, I can't wait for the announcement of Pat signing a lucrative 4-year deal after these releases. Amit said, the whole idea of The Fiend and the group was radioactive. No one wanted to deal with them. They were too strong or too dominant. Were they good or were they bad? Well, I mean, I don't think they were too strong or too dominant. I mean, I don't think that we really dug into anything. I mean, we didn't make them supernatural, so there was not that issue. I mean, I do worry about supernatural gimmicks in general, but certainly in 2026, because, as you said, if you've got someone with supernatural powers, they've obviously got an advantage over the rest of the roster. And in 2020, that's going to be a real struggle to sort of sell that. I thought Triple H did well to not go down that road, because it would work with some, but it would not work with others. So I don't think we can make out that they were too strong or, you know, anything like that. I mean, they literally just lost, didn't they, last week to the MFTs? I mean, their last match was a loss. I wonder if actually now they lost because they knew last week they were going to cut them. And so they thought, we'll give the MFTs the win, because there's no point putting the Wyatt Six over if we're about to release them. So I wonder if that result now makes a bit more sense. But we just didn't dig into it, did we? We didn't do what we needed to do. And I think we could have... there was something to dig in there with, you know, Bo trying to make Bray proud and, you know, trying to keep that flame going. I think you could have had a normal group with people kind of really portraying the characters that they'd been given, sort of reflecting those character traits. As I said, Rambling Rabbit being nervy. I think you could have dug into that with Rowan. I think you could have had like Mercy being a bit more bold, brash. Kind of really could have dug into that. I think maybe Nikki could have been a bit mysterious. Actually, if you think about it, they did all have different characteristics. Like Huskus was funny. I found Huskus quite funny. Huskus the pig boy. You know, I mean, I feel like Gacy could have been the comedy one in the group. Nikki could have been the dark, sort of mysterious one. Mercy, the outspoken one. And then Rambling Robert, the nervy one, right? And we could have really dug into that. Not giving them supernatural powers, but just explored how they interacted with each other. Just even that as a starting point, I think could have been really interesting. But, well, whatever. It's done, isn't it? I mean, they're gone now. They're not in WWE anymore. How long have we got? We got 14 minutes to go. Pray for LA Joey, who got back into WWE because of the Wyatts. What, LA Knight are we talking about? Or Joe Gacy? Jitterman said, it's a sad day. I started watching this channel because of the Wyatt Six stuff, and now it's the end. It's crazy. Love their debut, at least. Jitterman, thank you, my friend. Yes, as I said, it will affect this community, I think, especially hard. The Wyatt Six, though, I mean, we haven't really been speaking about Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, Andre Chase, Dante Chen. Obviously, we wish them all the best in the future as well, of course. But it's the Wyatt Six that's going to really hurt this community. Trini said, I understand people saying they won't miss characters because they didn't contribute. But I don't understand people saying they're glad they were released. Are people saying they were glad that someone just lost their jobs? I don't know. I think everyone's going to have their own reaction, aren't they? And yeah, I mean, it seems like some people are saying that, but people are going to react how they're going to react. Billy said the gimmicks just didn't work. They were trying to ride the coattail of Bray, and that was never going to happen, says Billy. Daze, did we like the idea of Night of Champions? I don't know if I saw it, but I have pretty much drowned in notifications with people sending. I'm having a lot of people sending me news, which, you know, thanks, but I've got news covered, really. So, you know, I mean, my notifications just sort of explode whenever there's like a news story. And as you can imagine, there was a lot of news over WrestleMania weekends. But I tend to get my news from that feed that I've got. I've basically got all the outlets there that just kind of, as news comes in, I see it. So I've sort of got news covered, really. But it does mean that other things can get lost in the shuffle. Crispy Wrestling said, I'd love to see Kaylee Ray go to AEW and get the push that she deserves. It's definitely gone quieter now. My mind is starting to flick over to SmackDown. We haven't even done like a breakdown or anything. We'll have to have a look and see what's on WWE website. Okay, WWE website. There should be some sort of preview. There is. Okay, let's have a look at this, shall we? Because we're only 12 minutes away. So Rhea Ripley is going to be joining, of course. She's going to be on the show. Trick Williams is on the show with Little Yachty, celebrating the United States title win. Julia against Tiffany. That's a United States Championship match. They did advertise that for last week, but we didn't get it. They're doing it tonight instead. Paige joins Brie Bella on SmackDown after capturing the women's tag team title. No word about Nikki. Jacob is going to be live. So Jacob has got some stuff to say after confronting Roman on Raw. So there we go. That's our preview. That's what we're looking at. That is what is on the show tonight. Let's just go up, refresh this, make sure I've not missed anything. Okay, no. Rhea is looking a little bit weird now, said Goober. Isla Dawn went to AEW, said Robbie. Had some buzz, got put on Ring of Honor almost immediately. Same for the Inspiration. It's not always greener on the other side. I thought Little Yachty was gone after Mania, said Alex. Suzanne said, do we know that you were seen in 2 Americanos fighting segments last Saturday? I did hear they used a clip on AAA, yes. Sinister debut, he will be partners with Shin, says Think Positive. Who's this? Evil? AEW wins again. Corgus says, hi to Miss Clown. What happened to Ruby Riott, said Goober. Well, I don't know, actually. Last time I heard she was in AEW still. So I think she's still over there. Connor said, do we expect Motor City Machine Guns will be released? Oh, we're not going to speculate as to who's going to be released. We're not playing that game. Cadet said, I know he brings some type of ice to WWE, but Trick does not need Little Yachty. What if Wyatt 6 start fresh in TNA, says McKenvy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that they would even want to. I mean, Bo was kind of out of wrestling and then came back came back when Bray came back and played that Uncle Howdy character. I don't know that they would want to stay together as a group of that size. I mean, to be honest, I was a little concerned about that group being that size because, as I said, it's just hard to showcase them all, and it's hard to get them all promo time. Like groups that big, it's challenging. It was 5 of them, and it has been a challenge. I mean, you know, Nikki Cross has not been getting used much. Rowan has not been wrestling. Even Howdy hasn't really been wrestling. The focus has been on Loomis and Gacy. So, and of course, we just did a big feud, but that feud couldn't feature Nikki because, like, prominently, because there was no female in MFTs. So, you know, it was always a problem there. So I think the group was probably a bit big anyway. So I don't know. I mean, it might be that's it. Plus, as we said, I don't even think they can use the names. I don't even think, maybe because of the partnership, they might be able to work something out with WWE if they went to TNA. But I don't know. I mean, what kind of future has that got if that partnership ends? And is it better that they just try to find new gimmicks for themselves? There's a way back. Not as a group, I don't think, but there's a way back if you look at Drew and you look at Cody and you look at Sasha. You know, they all ended up going. I mean, I think Sasha would be welcomed back. Naomi was. So I think Sasha would be welcomed back. Drew came back. Cody came back. Bray came back. Carrion came back, although he's gone again now. Braun came back. You know, people go and come back. So, I mean, it's not necessarily the end of the road for these people. Doesn't feel brilliant that there's much of a future for the Wyatt Six as a group. But, yeah. Danhausen is facing off against The Miz tonight on SmackDown. That's
at his WrestleMania
word that's doing the rounds. Okay. Dexter came back and went against Ed Don. That's true. What of the Wyatt Six would we like to stay and get repackaged, said Ryan. That's a good question, that is. You know, I mean, I genuinely would have kept Howdy and Rowan. I would have kept those two, and I would have kept going with Howdy wanting to make Bray proud and Rowan the same. I think there's still a story there, and with it being just those two, I think it would be quite easy to book them because you can put them as a tag team. You can have Howdy trying to go after belts, and Rowan can be the enforcer. So I think, like, booking those two would have been a lot easier than trying to book the whole group. So for me, that was that's what I would have kept of the Wyatt Six. I think you could have kept Nikki with them as well if you just wanted that sort of female being in there. You know, I think that was interesting. I think Jacy was interesting, but when he was in NXT, he was in a group called Schism, and they didn't really work that well. It was okay, but it didn't really take off, and they broke the group apart. And then he was on his own, and that wasn't really working. And then he ended up getting called up and being part of the Wyatt Six. So when it comes to Jacy, I feel like there's something there. We just did not unlock it. I don't think we allowed him to be crazy enough. To me, Jacy is the kind of person, I suppose the same as Dexter, really. Do you know what I mean? Is a bit like swinging a chainsaw around. I could see Shiloh being with Jacy. Shiloh Hill and Joe Jacy being like together, being crazy. You know, just kind of going off the deep end. I could see them being a good pairing. So maybe you could dig into something there. Leave the Wyatt Six stuff behind. Just have them being over the top, enthusiastic, taking things too far, not really knowing their boundaries. You could put a bit of darkness in there as well if you wanted to keep it on the darker side of things. Obviously, we know that Loomis had that silent character, that sort of stalker. Did we do everything we could with that? Of all the individual gimmicks, that one felt like the strongest to me. If you look at what Jacy was doing in NXT, not that great. If you look at what Nikki Cross was doing before the Wyatts, not that great. She was just sort of in the background looking for a friend, or she was doing Nikki ASH. Not that great. Bo obviously wasn't really doing anything before the Howdy character. Rowan was just lost. I think the strongest character that anyone had before the Wyatt Six came along was probably Dexter Loomis's. And I'm not sure or convinced that we really maximized everything we could have done with that. So, yeah, I think there was, a lot of it comes down to creative. a lot of it comes down to what character and what presentation you're going to give people. For example, John Cena almost got cut. I mean, John Cena was dead in the water as the prototype. I mean, they were talking of cutting him. And it was only when he was doing that freestyle rap in the back of a bus that Stephanie was like, can you do that on the show? And out of that was born the Thugonomics character. And that's the character that saves John Cena. So for me, when people are talking about this person didn't have it, this person, you know, was not good enough, a lot of it comes down to what you're asked to do and the character you're asked to portray. And even John Cena is an example of someone that could have been released, but wasn't, because we just managed to find something in time that worked. Otherwise, he would have been gone. And you look at The Rock coming in as Rocky Maivia, or look at Stone Cold coming in as the ringmaster, who was like working for Ted DiBiase. No one cared about the ringmaster character. And what if we never turned him into Stone Cold and he got released? You know, you wouldn't have had Stone Cold Steve Austin. You wouldn't have had John Cena. You would have had Rocky Maivia. You know, that baby face that arrived at Survivor Series 96. Presentation, character, gimmick. It's all so important. And sometimes it's out of your control. So I think, like, I feel sorry for them. I really do. I think it didn't work, but I don't think we treated the group right. I don't think we booked the group right, as we've said many, many times. But even if you wanted to break them apart into different elements, I still think there are things that you could have tried. But the truth is, with people coming up from NXT, it's just sometimes easier to go, we're done. The truth is, we're more excited by the potential of this person than we are by trying to repackage you. And that's it. We've only got room for so many people, and we're excited by Sol Ruka, and we're excited by Jacy Jayne. So sorry, Nikki Cross. Even though we could repackage you and we could find something for you to do that would, I'm sure, work, we don't need to, because we've got these girls. We've got Julia, we've got Stephanie, we've got Jordan Grace, we've got Jacy Jayne, we've got Sol Ruka, we've got Blake Monroe. We've called all these girls up, and we're out of room. Part of it is we're out of roster space. There's no more roster space. We're full. So yeah, part of it comes down to that. So yes, there we go. I mean, we've spoke a lot about, you know, the releases, and Kyrie now. Kyrie is believed. Kyrie is believed to have been released. Kyrie Sane is believed to be amongst the departures Fightful selectors learnt. Who's excited for SmackDown? And Motor City as well. Motor City are believed to be amongst... That was a minute ago. Santos Escobar has gone as well. How are you meant to focus on anything else when they don't stop drip feeding through releases? These releases have started from the moment we started this stream to now. How are you meant to focus on anything else? Santos Escobar has departed WWE. Motor City Machine Guns have departed WWE. Kyrie Sane is believed to have gone. This company is brain dead. If you're posting fake releases, you are the worst account on this platform, says Grimm's Toy Show. Well, I agree with that. These are all of the main roster departures that I've heard. I can't say there won't be more, but these are the ones that I've heard. Roman Reigns SCN said, what's going on, bro? What's going on? Santos Escobar, gone. Kyrie Sane, gone. Motor City Machine Guns, gone. That might be it. That might be it. Sean Ross Sapp saying that these are the ones that he has heard. So... that might be it. Kairi Sane, man. People are going to be really upset about Kairi Sane. Doing that whole story with Asuka and Io and all of that. Kairi Sane. Some people are saying Apollo has gone as well. Black's gone. I haven't seen Apollo and I haven't seen Aleister Black. There's rumors of Apollo. Yes. Yes. Zelina and Aleister Black, yes. I can't even keep up with all the I can't even keep up with them all. And Apollo. Yeah. Apollo confirmed. Jesus. I feel like I need a list. Jared said they did this last year before SmackDown. It made the show flat. They don't help themselves. Here's the... Oh, I'm not going to show you the list. Okay. So far, we've learned Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, Joe Gacy, Bo Dallas, Rowan, Dexter Lumis, Andre Chase, Nikki Cross, Dante Chen, Motor City Machine Guns, Santos Escobar, Zelina, Aleister Black, Kairi Sane. Gone. How many is that? How many is that? This has got to be one of the biggest releases we've ever seen. Alba Fire, Zoe Stark, Joe Gacy, Bo Dallas, Rowan, Dexter Lumis, Andre Chase, Nikki Cross, Dante Chen, Motor City Machine Guns takes us to 11. Santos Escobar, Zelina, Aleister Black, Kose. I think it's about 15. I think that's about 15. That is crazy, mate. That is a lot. That is a lot. Zelina gone, yeah. Kairi gone. Wow. Sean Ross Sapp said there's going to be a lot of call-ups tonight from NXT, though. Miss Clown said, do we use soap or shower gel? I use shower gel. David said, here's a couple of books. Watching my Habs now. David, shout out to you. Wyatt's had Shield. Wyatt 6 had Dollar Store Bloodline. Guys, we watched that the other day, didn't we? Wyatt's against the Shields for members. We were watching that on Thursday. Kel HD FIFA said SmackDown is a smokescreen for all these releases. That's why they do it now, yes. Lorraine said basically it's the ones that don't make much money, says Lorraine. Well, I'd imagine that was a factor, yes. I'd imagine that was a factor. I can't believe how many just dropped there. I feel like we went through a period of not having many, and then just this whole wave just came through just as SmackDown was beginning. There was a few there I didn't even see. But Sean Ross Sapp said those are the main roster departures he's heard. He can't say there won't be more, but that's what he's heard. They've got the gingerbread man. Well, the gingerbread man's here. These celebs need money, said Jojo. Here's Danhausen. Okay. What about AAA releases? Been no word about AAA releases. Yeah, Kyrie surely goes to AEW. Surely. Please say y'all are trolling. Did Vince McMahon pass? No word on Vince McMahon passing. But then there wasn't word on some of the others, and then they finally came through. I wouldn't expect that at this time. Is Kyrie confirmed? Kyrie is confirmed. As confirmed as you can get. Coming from Fightful Select, yes. Will they bring the whole of Fatal Influence on SmackDown? That's not what we were expecting. But it seems like there is going to be quite the wave of call-ups for this show. Kyrie going to AEW would be a huge step down. She's better off back in NJ. Dub said Truth Teller. David said cuts made to pay for Alberto Del Rio's legal fees. Jacob has made his way out. Brian said Kyrie got slapped by Asuka for half a year just to get cut. She deserved better. This is a huge mass exodus. It really is. It really is. That could be it for the main roster. Tyson DuPont has left. So, you know, Tyson of Tyson and Tyreek. Zelina is live on Twitch. She said it's time to get real. So I'd imagine she's probably got some pretty fiery comments. Tyson of Tyson and Tyreek tag team from NXT. Not a massive team, but Tyson has been released as well. So that is another one. That takes us to 16. Okay, Jacob said he doesn't want the title. He needs the title. Well, that's what he said on Monday. Zoe has commented, thank you, WWE. You made a young girl's dream come true. You could not have been better and more supportive during my healing, and I will be forever grateful. Thank you for all the girls in the back, the producers, cameramen. You were all incredibly kind and gracious. Special thank you to Terry Taylor, Coach Bloom, for teaching me so much and being a shoulder to lean on. It's just the end of a chapter. It's not the end of a chapter. It's the beginning of a new one. Falling forward, onward, and upward with God's plan. Chris Island is one of the releases. Not heard of Chris Island. Someone that featured on LFG. So it looks like we might be done with the main roster. Tyreeka's gone as well. Tyson and Tyreek are gone from developmental. Okay, we got the Usos coming out. This could be an interesting segment. Yeah, it looks like the main roster ones are done, and it looks like we're now moving on to NXT. Developmental. David said, Gorilla Monsoon, a real Pearl Harbor job on Kyrie. Okay, Usos are in the ring with Jacob. Luca Crucifino has gone. Luca Crucifino, the latest release. Malik Blade has gone. Jesus. I don't know. Trill London has gone. I don't know if we've ever seen this many releases. Tyra May Steele has gone. No way. What is going on? She's an Olympic gold medalist that I was so excited about. She had lovely energy to her. Her wrestling seemed good. I can't even keep up with them all. I can't keep up with them. It's like a running tap. It's just pouring through. I might as well just show you what I'm looking at. I mean, it's just absolutely non-stop. We had Tyson, Tyreek, Chris Islands. Usos are saying, come and join the family, come and run the play with us. Tyra May Steele gone. Chris Island gone. Serena Linton, not someone I'm aware of. Tyra May Steele. Trill London. Malik Blades. Motor City have gone. Luca Crucifino has gone. Heard about her. Alistair Black we know. Malik Blade we know. We might be up to date with them right now. Polo we know. We've got to be about 20. Zelina we know. Zelina said she was shocked, but she is okay. We send our well wishes to everyone that's been released today. You stepped up, you opened your mouth. You're in the deep end now. Jesus. Usos say get ready for war. Here's Solo. It's the MFTs, actually. Kyrie's gone. Kyrie's gone, yeah. A lot of surprising returns there, V85. Hopefully they'll land on their feet. Jacob, they didn't bring you to WWE. I did, says Solo. MFTs are getting in. You want to beat Roman? You want to be champ? You're going to need an army if you're going to beat Roman, says Solo. And I've got an army. Tama takes the microphone. Why are we here wasting our time with this? That's the full list so far. Tama says to Solo, you think he's going to beat Roman. He can't even beat you. Solo says that's right. Super kick there by Jacob. Jono said, do you think it'll be a good SmackDown? Oh, I think they're going to try. Jacob. The only one I should be talking to right now is Roman Reigns. Me versus you tonight. Jacob says, me versus you tonight. Okay, so this has got us to Jacob and Solo. Matt Jason said, with all the releases, all that's left is one family, and most of them are on screen right now. Hope you well, Daze. Forgot to ask. Matt Jason, shout out to you, buds. I'm all right. I'm just a bit blindsided by one of the biggest days of releases we've ever seen. There's got to be well over 20 names now. Well over 20 names. Okay, 20 minutes into the show, and it's set up Jacob versus Solo. We're backstage with Kiana and Julia. Do you feel any more pressure? Seems to be a bit of arguing here, a bit of dissension between Kiana and Julia. I feel no pressure. Only anger. She looks at Kiana and walks away. And Kiana walks off as well. Okay. Tiffany's coming out. This is going to be our opening match. And it's going to be for a championship as well. Defcon said the remnants of NXT 2.0 are almost gone. Okay, we haven't had any more news come through in a little while, so at the moment it seems like we just, I mean, oh God, there was such a wave that just hit at the start of SmackDown. I mean, it felt like it was quite quiet, and then Motor City, Aleister Black, Zelina, and then all these NXT ones. Who's the biggest name to be cut? Said name is Josh. I feel like the Wyatt Six as a group still, but Kyrie is a big, big loss. Zelina's got quite a good fan base as well. There'll be a lot of Zelina fans disappointed. But I feel like Wyatt Six as a group, Kyrie Sane. God, there's a lot of love for Kyrie Sane as well. People really like it. I'm shocked by Tyra May Steele. I am really shocked that they got rid of Tyra May Steele. I don't know what has gone on there. It's Motor City for me, said David. I remember them in TNA. Daze gutted to hear this news, said Reese. Wyatt's and Nightbird were the reason I got back into WWE. So sad. How are we, community? I think it's a mixed bag, honestly. I think there's some that just want to move forward and focus on the show, which I understand. And I think there's some that are feeling a bit, like, wounded by the news. Zelina's not happy that Sean put the news out before she could, said Patrick. Oh, really? Don't know. I mean, to be honest, if he hears the news, then, you know, he reports it, doesn't he? That's interesting, though. It's an interesting comment. Paul said, I'm not sure if we've heard, is there any non-compete clauses? 90-day non-compete for the main roster, 30-day for NXT. If their contract expires, then it's just whenever the deal is up. So good news there, or good news as in good information from Sean Ross there. So that's interesting. So there's going to be non-competes, he believes, in this. Okay. Where can I find a list of the wrestlers that have been released, says Matt. Sean Ross app's got a list, which is looking like the best list I've seen so far. I can't remember if it's totally 100% complete, but I think it is. Sean's tweet is the best I've seen with a complete list. So Trill London's on there, isn't he? And Luca's on there. Malik's on there. Tyson Tyreek. Tyra May Steele's on there. The Wyatt Six are on there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I'm looking about 22. Yeah, it felt like it was over 20. So we're looking about 22 names in total. He has said here, though, he hasn't heard if there'll be any others come in. So he did say these are the names that he had heard of. Like, he'd heard rumors of these. And so, yeah, I think we might be done. I wouldn't be shocked if the odd name comes out, honestly. I wouldn't be shocked if the odd name comes out after this because of the fact that it could be that there's some people trying to be like contacted. The way WWE do it is they call the people. If they answer and they get the news, then obviously they let journalists know. Confirm with journalists, whatever. But if they haven't been able to contact them, then they won't do that. They've released some good talent there. Okay. Oh. Fallon Thorpe. Might have to start watching Bull Rider. Jacob versus Solo. Mackenzie said Nikita Lyons is safe for now. Yeah, she was not one of the names mentioned, so yes, she looks safe for now, yes. Tiffany in the ring then. Tiffany versus Julia. Liam said, I don't get the non-compete clause because why does it matter if they go to another company? In 90 days, they're going to go and do that anyway. Well, it's because there's a lot of chatter right now, isn't there? They've just been released, so there's going to be a lot of noise tonight, tomorrow. It's obviously going to be a lot of noise around. And so they're going to want that noise to sort of die down. They're not going to want a company to snap them up and, you know, they come walking out this, you know, they could come walking out tomorrow, couldn't they, on Collision, some of them? Part of that screen, is that screen broken? Is that covered or is it broken? Part of the... No, it's just broken. Julia's graphic wasn't quite working on the side of the ring there for a moment. Okay, we're about to get underway with match number 1. Daze just tuned in. I heard about those releases. Wyatt 6, Kyrie. I'm shocked, said Simply Simon. Yeah, word started dropping about 3 hours ago of releases. Guys, it's been 3 hours. 3 hours that they've been dripping these names through. Bella sounded. We are underway. Nikki was the first name that came through, and then, you know, quite quickly after we had others. Seems to have stopped now. Not seeing any other names kind of coming through at the moment. Tiffany going for a clothesline. Down goes Julia. I hate that Zelina has gone, says Mark. The ref looks like a AAA ref. I actually don't recognise him. 1, 2, he could have come in from AAA. Okay, some nice intricate work there by Julie. That shoulder's not down. I'm not sure why that ref was counting. Clearly that shoulder was not down. We got quick moves. Luca Crucifino said, what an amazing 4 years. Thank you to all my coaches and friends. Onwards and upwards. Only fans. Here I come. Okay. you do you, bro. You do you. Danhausen Miz coming on tonight. Is Tala gone? Tala's not been announced as being released. No, I don't think they would release Tala, to be honest. Julia with a drop kick there to Tiffany. Tiffany goes down in the ring. Are we about to get a Tiffy wardrobe malfunction, says Brian. Well, they never feel like they're that far away. Julia posing away on the outside of the ring, celebrating as we go to commercial break. Tiffany is down. J-Way said, more money for Cody and Pats after the releases, I guess. R.I.P. Wyatt's Bray's legacy put to shame again. Ronnie said, Daze, WWE has issues. We know. We're getting releases. Wyatt's had their hearts set on Kyrie. What a shock. WWE inflated roster. For what purpose? To bring down their value. Crazy work. TKO, says Ronnie. Scottish Brandy said, at this rate, may as well say they're letting go of all the good wrestlers because it seems that way. Action continuing right now as they're back in the ring. And right now we got Tiffany down. We got Julia. Got a bit of a stretch being applied. Sort of stomping down on Tiffany there. Tiffany going face first into the ring to shoulder up. Shoulder up there by Tiffany. Julia in control. Over by the ropes at the moment. Rapture said, I was wondering what this means considering Black was replaced by Pat. And now instead of doing something with him, they've just fired him and let him go. I don't know. I mean, could he have been saved if he was doing that spot instead? I mean, if we didn't have Pat and Alistair was in that spot like he was meant to be, would that have saved Alistair and Zelina? There's no way of knowing. It might have just done that build and then that might have been it. Julia going for the cover there, shoulder up. Right now we got Tiffany down, we got Julia behind. They might as well get rid of mid-card soon. Or even Evolve or NXT. Can't believe they got rid of Tyra May Steele. That one hurts. I really enjoyed her. Against the ropes. Down goes Tiffany. Down goes Julia. We're back in 15 seconds. Tala on the graphic, not on the MFT in the ring, said Liam. Black literally pinned Orton last month, said Eddie. My question is, why on WrestleMania weekend did WWE let Alistair and Zelina go on Nightcap with Shannon Sharp and do an interview about their character development and then just release them a week later? It's a big company. Sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand's doing. And sometimes, like, the only people that do know about who's getting released might be Triple H and Nick Khan. So they just let it sort of run as normal. And then, you know, release them after. Okay, right now we got a shot coming in there by Julia. Julia's up there. We've got double underhooks. Butterfly suplex. Is that what we're going for? Butterfly? Oh, nice. That's nice. That was really nice. That was a big spot, actually. A butterfly. You don't tend to see that off the top. Look at that. Julia showing that if you give her an opportunity, she can shine. 1, 2, shoulder up. Julia with a headbutt. Right now, looking to pick up No Joy. Kick coming in there by Tiffany. Kiana on the outside trying to get involved. Right now, Julia knocks into Kiana. Kiana goes down. Roll up there by Tiffany. Oh, kick out. Obviously, this is a title match, so championship on the line. Tiffany rolling through. Gonna go for prettiest moonsault. Oh, that was good by Julia. That's good work. That's lovely. Look at that submission as well. That's a nice submission. Right now, 1. That 2. No Joy. Julia's back up. Headbutt there by Julia. Big boot coming in there by Tiffany. It's a good match, actually. Forearm shot. Big knee to the midsection by Tiffany as Julia goes down. Trying to stomp in on Julia. Julia rolls her up. No Joy. Charging in again. Big knee there by Julia. Big knee by Julia. Boos are ringing out. Picking her out. Ooh, Tiffany goes over. Alabama slam there by Tiffany. Tiffany is going up. Prettiest moonsault lands. 1, 2, 3. Tiffany does it. Tiffany beats Julia. So we've got a new champion. Quick, we got to start burying the release news. There's a new champion. Please shout about this instead. It's kind of hard to buy Tiffany beating Julia in a clean match. That's not a... It's not an easy sell, that one, but that's what we've done. Got to worry about Julia being next T85. I knew that WWE wasn't great before TKO took over, but they should have come in and actually made an impact. But it's just dog water, said Scottish Brandy. Okay, Tiffany is your new Women's United States Champion. So, I mean, what was that reign about for Julia? What was that about? She had a reign, did nothing. We put the belt back on her. We've done nothing. I don't know. Perhaps this will lead to something interesting for Julia. Zelina has got a message for Sean Ross Sapp. This might be what... Let me listen.
Like I was so shocked. But yeah, I also would have appreciated if Sean Ross Sapp or whoever the fuck announced it could have at least given me the decency to like let me do it myself first. But fuck you, dude. This thing is like I was.
Well, she's not happy with him at all, is she? F you, dude, is what she said. Would have been nice if I had the decency for whoever announced it. She's obviously emotional right now. And that's how she feels. Okay, they're just showing a replay from WrestleMania with the Danhausen segment. Johnny said, Daze, is there a lot of changes in storyline tonight then? I wouldn't think so. I would think that Triple H knew, obviously, this was coming. He would have been part of the decision-making process. Okay, he's gone round Miz's house, has he? Danhausen's gone round Miz's house. Knocked on the door. Is he going to be in there now? He's going to be in, isn't he? There we go. Okay, he's being kicked out the house. He's gone again. Oh, you don't want Danhausen loose in your house, do you, really? Oh, you definitely don't want him in your pool. I didn't know he lived that close to Allegiant Stadium. Yeah, it's true. It is a different pool. Well, there we go. Danhausen is in Mrs. Hausen. Mrs. Hausen, that's true. I feel bad for Kyrie and Alistair the most. They've been released twice now, said JC. That's a hot tub, not a pool, said Scottish Brandy. Larry said, this is so tone deaf. They're obviously just putting on the show that they would put on, but... yeah, it's hard to be in the mood for it. It's hard to be in the mood for it. Crispy Wrestling said, I find it hard to believe Triple H had a say with all of these releases. Kyrie, Alistair, Zelina have been on TV every week. Okay, we are at commercial break. I'm in the wrong business. I should have been a jobber like a Miz said, pushing up daisies. Motor City Machine Guns were wasted, and as a TNA fan, that makes me sad, said JC. Bring back Killer Cross. Notorious said, I think we should extend the performative empathy to Triple H next time. People are calling for him to be fired, said Notorious. Well, I don't know what we mean by performative empathy. I mean, these are superstars that we've enjoyed watching, and like, you know, a lot of people here were fans of the Wyatt Six and hoping for the Wyatt Six to be used in a better way. And I was a fan of Tyra May Steele. I was really high on her when she was in Evolve and the work she was doing. So, I mean, look, not everyone's going to be feeling sad or down or bothered by the fact that wrestlers have just lost their jobs, or people that we enjoyed watching have just, you know, been removed from the company. But that doesn't mean that others aren't feeling that way. JC said, guys like Chill London make me feel like the ID program is a waste because he's another ID member to get Ford. I don't know what we mean by that. Fired. Got you. V85 said, my internet saw the releases and quits. David said, I'm trying to look at some of the releases as a good thing. Yes, it's sad and it's upsetting, but maybe now they can thrive. Their potential won't be wasted and they'll get a solid chance to shine. I wonder who AEW will go in for. I would imagine, I mean, she's got, Kyrie has got to go to AEW, surely. TNA might be interested in a few. They tend to pick up a few people. They had Dolph Ziggler, they had Mustafa Ali, they had Indy Hartwell, Inspiration, obviously eventually made their way there. Cora Jade, I think, made her way there. Sonya Deville went over there as well. So, I mean, they might be in for some, but I don't know. I'd imagine TNA are pretty full with people. I'd imagine AEW are pretty full, but thing with wrestling is you can always bring people in, can't you? Like, they might end up releasing some people themselves to make some room. But bringing people in, like, fresh bloods, surprises, I mean, that always plays well to the wrestling fans. Spawny Boy said, I'm upset that we didn't get Kyrie's redemption story with Io Sky. Dr. Luchalala said the Tiffy US title win was kind of underwhelming, but it was a solid match. Robbie said Triple H was probably given a directive that you've got to reduce the budget by X amount. I agree with that. I agree with that. Selena said the Wyatt Six was released. Is that true? Said Sarthak. It was, yes. I don't know what people know and what they don't. I'm just sort of presuming that everyone knows. Sean Ross Sapp's had the best list. And we haven't had anything for about 20 odd minutes now. But yeah, the Wyatt Six have got, there's about 22 names of people that are gone. Okay, Kathy, having a word with Tiffany. Okay, so Kathy is interviewing Tiffany. I'm your new United States Women's Champion. Here's Brie. I'm going to remind you why this runs on Tiffy time. Brie is coming out. Paige will be out in a second. Here's Paige. I don't know if we're going to see Nikki tonight. They didn't advertise Nikki. Finally, some are actually good, said Blake. Daze, are any of the TKO executives WWE fans? I don't know if they're WWE fans. I would doubt it. A lot of people at that level just tend to be very focused on making money and doing business deals, and a lot of people at that level don't have loads of time, to be honest. They're constantly, like, you know, focusing on whatever they need to be focusing on. I don't know that they're necessarily tuning into Raw and SmackDown and all that, but... Dave Meltzer just answered a question about, which I was just reading. Let's click over here. Any talent departures makes for crappy news, but I'm especially puzzled about Alistair, Zelina, and Kyrie. All were prominently featured on TV pretty regular. I understand the TKO mindset, but it's odd to me that Hunter couldn't use his influence to keep them in the fold. Dave said, no one above Paul Levesque is saying who to cut. Maybe Nick Khan, maybe not. Ari Emanuel isn't sitting there saying we've got to fire Zelina and Kyrie. By and large, the decision maker, for good or bad, is Paul. It's like in other years where people blame this person or that person when the decision was 100% Vince. So Dave Meltzer's saying this is Triple H that's made these calls. It might be that he had to make X amount of saving. You've got to save this much money. Okay, we got Paige in the ring with Brie. Welcome back, Paige. Fans start chanting, welcome back. Did you miss me? Oh, she's lost her voice. We walked out the women's tag team champs. So Paige saying it's great to be back. It was a rough road getting here. SmackDown is my house, says Paige. We're not going anywhere. Here's Charlotte. I wish Paige would clothesline Brie, said Rob. Okay, Charlotte is making her way out. I saw the Wyatt Six in a meet and greet, and I spoke to Uncle Howdy. He said he was looking forward to the future. This was last year, and so it is upsetting, said Henry. Paige does not have side plates, said A. Walker, doesn't she? Perhaps they haven't made one for her yet. I know on Breeze, she's got one for her and one for Nikki. Alexa coming out. Okay. Charlotte and Alexa. Are they going to challenge for the titles now? Chelsea Green has commented on the release of Kaylee Ray. She says, thanks for having my back. I love you. It's good to see you back. We're not going to let a WrestleMania moment get in our way. If you want to prove this is your house, then face us. Bree and Paige looking around. It's a good crowd tonight, actually. It's a hot crowd tonight. Definitely making some noise. Okay, we're going to do it tonight. Doc Holiday said, the super chat is brought to you by Royal Flush, a local Atlanta plumbing company. Royal Flush, the only time a flush beats a full house. TKO is putting ads in super chats now, said Doc Holiday. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you, bud. I would not be surprised. Doc Holiday, thank you, my friends. Okay, on we go then. So, match number 1, you lot said, was good 90. You weren't blown away by the opening match. Looks like we're getting Charlotte Alexa, or Charlexa, as the kids call them, against against Paige and Brie. That's going to be our second match. We're an hour into the show. Okay, Defcon said, Disney, we just released 1,000. WWE, hold my prime. Jono said, there's some big names on that list. I'm shocked at some of them, like Kyrie. What's going to happen with Asuka? Because there was a story brewing there. Yeah, well, I mean, it could be that we do Asuka and Io, and we could absolutely still do that match. It's just that Kyrie is not going to be a part of it and won't be like featured in it now. So yeah, we could absolutely still be doing that as a story, those two. And Jared said, could Kiana fall out with Julia, and could that be the beginning of her working with Jacy? It could. Obviously, I can't say that it's going to go that way, but yes, I mean, it absolutely could. Let's get back to the chat. Daze, will Alexa join the Wyatt 6? It's going to be a struggle for that to happen now, William. Could Fatal Influence show up here, said Rapturous. Well, I mean, the reports were that we weren't expecting Fatal Influence. There's been no word on Laney or on Fallon, but I mean, if we get them as a group, I mean, that would be cool. I mean, I really like their music. I like them as a group. I like them as a group. So if they bring them up, that'll be good. I suppose we could see them here. This is a landing spot for them, yes. Days, I feel sorry for the Wyatt 6, Nikki Cross, Kairi Sane. They've all been released. Batman said, I'm glad the final boss won't be crucified because of these cuts. It's on Triple H, says Batman23X. Daryl said, it makes no sense. How do we do Io Asuka as the whole thing was centered around Kairi? Well, I think you just kind of delve into the fact that Asuka is the senpai and Io was that, you know, it's the student and the tutor type thing. You know, you should be listening to me. I'm the elder. And, you know, there have been times where this story has been based on that. Kyrie was definitely a big factor, but they'll probably just have to go back to it being focused on, you know, you are meant to be my... I don't know what the other word is. Senpai is the name for the master, but I don't know. Underling or something? I don't know. Rookie? Young lion? So it'll probably be, if we do continue moving forward, it will be based on that sort of system of respect. Daze, it's not the entirety of... if it isn't the entirety of Fatal Influence, then who would be the other two call-ups? Jacy, Blake, maybe Ricky. Jacy, Blake, Ricky. I have heard rumours of there being up to 5, yeah? So, I mean... We're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? I mean, maybe it is going to be Laney and Fallon, and that will make the 5. But, I mean, we know that Joe Hendry has gone to Raw. I don't think they would call up Zarya. I don't think there's no word of them calling up Jada Parker. I'm trying to think if there's, like, even rumours of them calling up 5. Blake, Jacy, Ricky. I'd be expecting those 3. If it's 5, I don't know, it gets a bit harder, doesn't it? I mean, you could call up the likes of Kalani Jordan or Jada Parker. I mean, there are names you can call up. There's just no word that that's what we're doing. I haven't seen rumours of 5 names. Right, we are underway with match number 2. Charlotte and Alexa versus Paige and Brie. As far as TKO is concerned, they're just worried about the budget cuts, said Mr. IFAL said Hendry is cringe and is getting a push. Mayor Pete said, I don't know where the 5 number came from. Sean Ross mentioned it. Oh, there's Jacy. Oh, hang on. Okay, there's Laney. There's Fallon. So we do have Fatal Influence. It looks like I'm guessing they've pulled the trigger and brought them all up. Wow, that's massive for Laney. I wonder how Jasmine Nix is feeling right now, because she used to be in this group. There's been word of Jacy. There's been no word for Fallon and Laney. But here they are on the main roster, taking out Alexa, interrupting this match. Jacy Jayne, Fallon Henley, Laney Reed, Fatal Influence. Crowds are booing, but it's a good addition. I like the fact they brought them up together, honestly. I'm a real fan of Fatal Influence. Clearly this crowd are not, though. We've got You Suck chants. This is our house now. This is our house now, says Jacy. Wow, that's a big moment that is for Laney. It's a big moment for all of them. It's a big moment for Fallon as well. Well, there we go. I mean, we didn't know as to who it was. I mean, Blake Monroe has been sort of confirmed. I mean, Blake Monroe coming up is pretty much guaranteed. Ricky, not so much. But if we do get Blake and we do get Ricky, then that'd be the 5 that Sean Rossap mentioned online. Okay, we've got Cody coming up next. Eric said, I hate Fatal Influence. They suck. Oh, you're not a fan? At least we still get the Fatal Influence entrance, said Radiated Zombie. Yes. I don't think Lane is ready, said Dr. Luchalala, but I guess she'll improve over time. I love Fatal Influence, said Don. I'm a Fatal Influence fan. I'll be very interested to see what that first merch looks like, what that first shirt looks like. Fatal Influence Fire said can't stop, won't stop. Fatal Influence has been called up, said Daniel. Fatal Influence took out both teams. Weirdly, Laney stood out to me in that segment, said the Dashed Hopes. She might be more ready than we expect. Well, I don't... listen, I've seen a couple of her matches in NXT, and I think she's good. I think the things that we don't know about... If we're going to talk about is she ready, I don't know what she's like cutting a promo on her own in a ring. You know? I don't know if you'd strip the group away what she looks like. Is she ready to be on the main roster as part of a faction? Yeah, I don't have any concerns about that. I think her playing her part, the chemistry the group have got, I think is good. I think she can go out there alongside them and contribute on a microphone. It's not going to be anything amazing, but it'll be fine. In ring, as part of a group, she's fine. The question for me is if she has to go out there and do stuff on her own, singles matches on her own, promos on her own. That's the stuff I'm not sure about. But as part of a group of Fatal Influence, I think she's fine. They've got nice chemistry, actually. Some lovely little sequences. There's no point scoring that match because I don't even know how long it went, and there was obviously interference. Jared said they were all in gear tonight. Could it be that we have a match? Something to keep an eye on. Could be that when we go back, they're backstage, and we get words on that maybe. So not a bad shout. Definitely feels like the releases are done. There's been no words of any other releases at this stage. Soul should have beaten Liv for the title, said Jason. Remember when Laney debuted, she called Jacy the most beatable champion, said David. That set up a match between them, and I believe that it was that match that resulted in Jacy bringing her into the group. Like, it was one of those, I know how good you are type things, you know? So, yeah, I'm not down on it. I'm really not down. I like Fatal Influence a lot, actually. Daze, do we think Fatal Influence are going after the tag titles? It would seem that way, considering the segment they just landed in. So I could see Fallon and Laney as tag champs, and JC as going after that women's title or a women's mid-card title. Okay, we have got a vignette, and it is a Royce Keys vignette. Okay. These vignettes are good. I like these Royce Keys vignettes. Now is my time to give back. So he looks like he's got a certificate from the city. So it's just showing what that he's giving back, you know. I could see him being the next US champ, says Trem. Liam said, if NXT lose Hendry, Ethan, Blake, Sol, Fatal Influence, Ricky after losing Ober, Trick, Javon, they are going to demolish that brand. It's gonna have to be a lot of heavy lifting for that brand, isn't there? That brand's really losing a lot. You are right. It's really hurting. Okay. Cody Rhodes is coming out. The eye still looks moody. Still looks really moody. And to think that's like a good 5 days later. It seems to be getting a bit better, though. It's a hell of a shiner. Kyrie's been released, said Soreen. Yes, Kyrie's been released. What about Liv, Jacy for the Women's World Championship? Yeah, you can do it. It might be a bit soon. Plus also Liv, Jacy, they're on 2 different brands, aren't they? These girls have just rocked up on SmackDown. Liv's on Raw. Plus they would be both heels. So, I mean, you can do the match, but you'd have to get them on the same brand, and ideally one would be a face. Okay, Cody is making his way down to the ring then. This is going to be, well, we're well into the second hour, actually. I didn't realise. 10 minutes into the second hour. Let's see what Cody's got to say. Jacy Jayne, welcome to the SmackDown, bro. I'm really pleased for her. I'm really pleased for Fatal Influence. It's certainly a thumbs up from me. I'll be very interested to see what that first shirt looks like. And as I said, I wonder what Jasmine Nix is thinking, because she was in this group. If she'd just stayed with the group, it could be her now on this main roster. Okay, Cody is in the ring. He's got a microphone in his hands. Let's listen, see the reaction. We've got some Cody chants breaking out. I don't know, man. I just don't know where the fans are going to be right now. I mean, is there sympathy for him because his eye's all messed up? And the Pat stuff, like, derailing, or... It's nice cheer. What do you want to talk about? I always get back up, says Cody. He mentions Randy. He wanted to send a message. Randy is not here tonight. Randy gave me his best shot, a punt to the head, and I am still standing right here. He is leaning into the golden boy thing. That gets Cody chance. I was dressed in gold at WrestleMania because I'll be golds. My family will be gold. My friends will be gold. My fans will be golds. Mind your damn business. You are 0-3. That's not technically true, though, is it? Because he lost to John at 41. So we sent Travis Scott down to get involved, and it did result in Cody losing. Cody Rhodes, easy to find. Okay, Cody cuts a promo, throws the microphone down, holds up the championship. I did think someone was going to come out. I suppose we can't really do anything, though, because he's not medically cleared, is he? I mean, he's certainly not in any shape to be building towards a match. I don't know that he's going to be ready for Backlash. No Cody challenger, said Jason. I can only imagine maybe there would have been something. To be honest, we're going down some paths we weren't planning on going down because of the fact that obviously they were going to build to that tag match, and that's off now at Backlash. There's 0 chances at Backlash, said Mayor Pete. Billy said, are we forgetting about Cody Punk? Yeah, that's not Backlash, though. The belief is that that's a seed they're planting for maybe a SummerSlam or something like that. Thanks to the NXT guys that have been called up, said TV. Has Drew been released, said the troll face? No word on Drew. I mean, that would be a flipping incredible thing if he was to get released. Okay, are we going to be seeing Fatal Influence backstage? No, we got the MFTs. Get those tag titles back. Bring them to the family. Don't let the family down. Solo says tonight is going to teach Jacob a lesson. Okay, Damien and R-Truth are coming out now, so it looks like we're going to be getting them in action against MFTs. There's only 4 MFTs. What happened to the big fella? There's no word on him being released. Maybe he's just not feeling too well, or perhaps he's got a little injury or something, but there's no word on him not not being with WWE anymore. Damien and R-Truth versus MFTs. They didn't need Pat, and that's on TKO having him in a story where he wasn't needed, said Sareem. I agree. Do you think we get Ted DiBiase Jr. anytime soon, says Henry. I don't think so. I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing that's been said about Ted DiBiase Jr. is that he owes Randy $25,000. There was no nice words from Randy to Ted DiBiase Jr. It wasn't like he saw the clip of Ted being there and he was like, I'm so glad you was there. I'm so glad that in some way we were all together. There was none of that sort of vibe. The only thing was an interview Randy did where he was like, get this out there. He owes me $25,000. That's the only thing that's been said. So WWE might want to look at it and dig into legacy, whatever, but there doesn't seem to be much goodwill or appetite from Randy. But obviously, you know, if they want to do a story and put him into a story, then, you know, it's there. They can do it. Daze, I'm sad that Dante Chen has been released, said Rafi. Rafi, shout out to you, but yeah, it's there's a couple on there that I'm really disappointed with. Tyra May Steele is one that I really enjoyed watching and had real high hopes for. Really disappointed for her because I think she really wanted WWE, you know? I think, like, she is someone that went to the Olympics, won gold. I mean, she's an Olympic gold medalist. And she had a good, bubbly personality as well. In-ring looked decent. I really do not know what's happened there. I really do not know what's happened. I liked her. She would not be on the chopping block for me, so that's one I'm really disappointed about. Kyrie as well, such a lovely person. But, you know. Did you see Zelina call out Sean Ross? I did, yes. Liam said, no offense, but the fact they're letting go of people like Alistair, Motor City and Wyatt 6 when they've got a random team of like Truth and Priesters tag champs is a real shame. Brony said, yeah, Kyrie being released hurts the most of all for me. Humble Rumble, hello. Manny says, my name is Ari Emanuel, I suck. Pi said, War Raiders are in AAA. Bishop said, this SmackDown has flown by. I was just thinking, actually, this SmackDown hasn't been too bad. You know, Fatal Influence being called up. New Women's United States Champion. Opening with, you know, basically all of the family in the ring other than Rock and Roman. You had Solo in there. You had the Usos in there. You had Jacob in there. Like, that was pretty good. Certainly feels a hell of a lot better than what we've been getting out of SmackDown, but this is definitely a show that's going to suffer and struggle from, you know, the fact that there's so many people just, you know, down about all the releases and what's gone on, you know. Let's do a Cody segment score. I want to just get that done because, well, he came out, he said a few words. See what people thought of it. Right, we are at commercial break at the moment. Christopher said, Daze, Chelsea needs to post front page news on the Chelsea Chronicle about Alba Fire being cut. I don't know. I don't know that she wants to mix those worlds. She might. I don't know. That's one to think about, isn't it? You don't want to be seen as trying to sort of capitalize on those. You know, your friends been released and you're doing a Chelsea Chronicle about it. So you got to be careful with the optics of stuff like that. So I don't know. It could be done, and it could be done in a good. I mean, it's going to be done in a good way, isn't it? No one's going to be saying she's trying to benefit or whatever from her friend being released. But I don't know. You just have to bear that in mind, obviously, because you never know how these things are going to get received by wrestling fans. Connor said, what do we think about Rhea Jacy? I think it's a bit soon. Jacy's literally just arrived. I wouldn't be getting into a world title now. So you might want to go mid-card first. What do you think about Joe Hendry concert on Monday? It's not something I care for. I'm not a Joe Hendry fan. I don't mind him. It's not like a chore to sit through. But he doesn't really do anything for me. He's never really done anything for me. So he's got his fans. I hope they enjoy it. I don't have any negativity towards him. It's just, yeah, not for me. Okay, here's MFTs. Jennifer, hello. 75% of those cuts were stupids. T-Bone said you skipped my super chats. I didn't see it come through, but T-Bone Vods said the tag name is Wepper Up for Damien and Truth. Did they have that on screen, did they? Wepper Up. Tamatonga and Solo have been having some issues. Okay. Daze, they could have had Alistair as a challenger for Cody, but he's gone. They might as well push Elia to the top now. Wrestlelandy said, Daze, there's been about 5 or 10 call-ups this week alone. There needs to be cuts in order to have new wrestlers. Otherwise, the roster would have thousands on it. Joy Maurice, hello. Good day, Daze. How come I have a feeling that most of the Wyatt family members will be let go? They've been let go? Since they're only being used once or twice ago. They've gone, buds? Yeah, for those that don't know, there's been about 22 releases today involving main roster and NXT. I kind of just presume everyone's up to speed with the conversation, but of course there'll be people jumping in that haven't heard the news. So I put a video out for... Now, perhaps I should put another video out, I don't know. I put a video out for the when Nikki was released, but it's 22 releases now. Every member of the Wyatt Six is gone. Okay, Tama's in there with R-Truth. R-Truth gets up. Tag being made. Damien is in. Shots coming in there by Damien. Damien going into the corner. Goes hard. Big boot. Damien coming over and collides into Tama. It's been a good crowd tonight. Got to raise up the fact it's been a good crowd. Damien. Kyrie, Alistair. Yeah, there's lists in the chat. I hate that singing shiz. Get that American Idol BS out the squared circle, said Jacob. Dad Stuff said, what's going on? I put the kids down and the list doubled. Well, just before we started SmackDown, a load came through. It was really weird, actually, because it felt like it was done. And then all of a sudden, this loads just started coming through. I couldn't keep up with them. So, yeah, I don't quite know why it kind of went that way, but that's the way it went. Okay, tag being made. JC getting into the ring. Chelsea reacts to Alba Fire's exit. You didn't get to see how talented she is. Okay, Damien over by the ropes. We want truth is the chant. We want truth is the chant. So this is match number 3. Let's get the end of the poll. So the Cody segment. you lot said was good. 87. Seems like people are struggling even now with this show. I think it's been better than shows we've had recently. I like the Fatal Influence caller. Tiffany Julia, good 90. Not sure the women's tag was going to get any kind of decent score. Cody segment, good 87. MFTs versus Damien. Oh, truth, and the fans are chanting they want truth. Okay. Apollo, great talent, transferred to the main roster just to be jobber, said Jacob. Yeah, God, how long was Apollo in the system? Incredible, actually. That's one we haven't spoken about. Talent were informed by TKO today that they were being let go. Kicks coming in there by JC. Ultimate super fan of Alexa Bliss said, I just saw that Alistair and Zelina are gone. Yes. A good crowd, though. Very loud crowds. Knee coming in. Headlock is in there by Tamatonga. Eric said Nightbird was just pointless. Well, it was good whilst it was on. Did you see they replaced Brock with Ober in the opening, said David. No, I didn't, but... Headlock being appliance. Ospreay has still got the best hidden blade in the business, said pushing up daisies. Okay, we're back from commercial break. We've got the MFTs in control. Drop kick there by JC. Going for a cover. And shoulder up. Shoulder up. Santos signed to AAA, said TV. He's gone as well. I don't know that they can sign him to a AAA contract, can they? Or maybe they could. Not sure. I'd be surprised. Big clothesline there by... God, that's crazy as well, actually, because Santos just got signed. Do you remember? He got released last year, and then he went and had a word with them and ended up getting re-signed again. And now he's gone again. Tag being made. R-Truth coming in. Clothesline. Okay, we do have some Ron Cena. The fans wanted R-Truth. They've got R-Truth. You can't see me against the ropes. Ron Cena. 5 knuckle shuffle. Picks him up. He's got him up. Ah. Tongaloa trying to get involved. We got lots of... Yeah, referee having a word with him right now. Behind is Tama. This could be new champs. JC. 1, 2. Oh, Damien makes the save. Just. Damien makes the save. To the outsides. Uppercut coming in there by Tama. A 55-year-old man putting in the work, said the one. Santos is going to be out for several months with surgery. Maybe they can sign him a 3rd time when he's better, said Denham, maybe. It was probably the injury that did it, wasn't it? Over against the ropes. Oh, down goes JC. 1, 2, 3. Damian retains. Damian retains. So Damian and R-Truth keep the belts, very close to losing them though. Damian by an absolute whisker, making the save. So there we go. Let's get the poll up, shall we? Okay, so R-Truth. Damian in the ring. Get your thoughts in for that match. Miz Danhausen still coming. Motor City are a great talent, but they just weren't clicking on SmackDown. It was partly Creative's fault, though, said Dr. Luchalala. Okay, we're going back to Miz's house. Oh, he's got an indoor golf thing. He's just having a lot of fun around. Oh, look at that. Slam his belts. Oh. Okay, Danhausen's going. Who's he talking? I don't even know who he's talking to. It is a lovely home, isn't it? What an absolutely amazing home. Ah, Maurice. Oh, no. I don't even know what that was. What was it? Miz just hurled that over Maurice. The spaceship. Okay, stole the bike. That's my daughter's bike. It was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Little Yachty is still here. Gingerbread, is that going to turn out to be Sammy, do we think? I thought this last time, and it wasn't. Don't know, this person was like, trick, and he just beat the bejesus out of him. I love wrestling. If we're stressing out because of the releases, you've got issues, says Tony. Everyone is boycotting TKO and WWE, says Shining Wizards. It looks like there's lots of fun being had in the chat. SummerSlam. August 1st, August 2nd. Brian said, bro, did you see yourself at the start of SmackDown? I did. I also, Brian, did not care. Brian, thank you. Those little reaction clips that I put out, I put them out so that people know that we're here and, you know, doing these streams. So if people watch them and they enjoy them and they want to join in the conversation a bit more, then hopefully they find us. So if WWE uses those or doesn't use those, it makes honestly no difference to me. I couldn't care less about it. Okay. Right, we're at commercial break. Where are we? We're past the halfway point. We've got an hour and a half left to go. Corey said, the release that hurt me the most was Kyrie. She was one of my favorites. Pi said, they sent Danhausen to The Miz. He is bad news. OG White Walker said the adverts need to be updated. There's former WWE stars on them right now. There are. Aleister Black, I believe, being one of those. Daze, do we think we'll see Jelly Roll again if there's no pay anymore? See Jelly again if there's no pay anymore? Oh, Pat anymore. Yeah, he could come back. I mean, look, TKO aren't going to change their approach, are they? And to be honest, WWE are not going to change their approach. I mean, no one would ever say that we don't and haven't used celebrities in the past. I mean, that would be a silly comment. But it's just got to the point where I think fans have gone, you know what, this, not only is it a bit much, but also you're putting them in places that we don't really want them to be. So like Randy, Cody, people just wanted that story. I don't think people were down on Speed. I don't think people were necessarily down on Little Yachty, but the Pat one was like, no, we don't want him there. Like, we just want Randy, Cody, and we want that build to be about legacy and the history between them, right? So I think there's a bit of celebrity fatigue, but if we're being honest, Speed was okay and people were fine to accept that. Little Yachty, I think, was okay. People are fine to accept that. I think like maybe Jelly Roll and Pat being used in the way they were used, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. So I don't think we're done with celebrities, far from it. They'll be back out again come SummerSlam or whatever. And certainly next year's WrestleMania. Although next year's in Saudi, so that might provide a few interesting challenges. But, you know, we'll definitely be using celebrities in the future. I suppose the thing is just how and how many. I suppose it's the way you use them and where you use them. So, yeah, well, I'm sure we'll see Jelly Roll again. He'll feature in some sort of story, I'm sure. Triple H has got a long list, apparently, of celebrities that really want to get involved. And so, you know, they're not going to use all of those, but they'll try and accommodate where they can. I mean, I think they're quite happy with obviously the noise and the buzz. So I wonder how EO's feeling after Kyrie has departed, says Connor. Sad, I would imagine. I bet Mello will be released, said Craig. I'm not sure. It's hard to know who. It feels like a lot of the releases are done. There might be the odd one or two that kind of comes out over the weekends. Just because of the fact that they've got to contact the talent first. That's what they do. They contact the talent and then word comes out. So if there's someone they've been trying to get and they haven't been able to get them because maybe they've been out tonight or whatever, there could be some more. We have seen that before historically. Okay, Trick Williams is coming out. We've got Trick and Little Yachty. We got the Gingerbread Man dancing away. Danhausen has cursed all those released names, says Pi. Daze, what does it mean for Johnny and Candice considering their story with the Motor City machine guns? Johnny Gargano was trending. I didn't see why. I think some people probably were thinking that he was in a bit of trouble, but there's no word of them being released at this stage. But would we be stunned to see them on that list of names, considering how they're both being used right now? Maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't be stunned. I hope they don't, obviously. Okay, Little Yachty is here with Trick. So this is our next segment. Okay, we got balloons in the ring. Okay. Let's see what we get from this segment. I think the people are excited to celebrate with the new United States champ. They weren't there to gamble. They weren't there to drink. Tell them what I did on Sunday, and Dallas starts chanting, whoop that trick. Little Yachty says he's here to stay. If I'm Michael Jackson. Okay. So is he actually sticking around? Yeah, so he says we're not going to be doing open challenges. I'm sure that gingerbread man with the candy cane is going to use that candy cane to smack the bejesus out of both of these. I really thought that was Sammy last week, and I think it's Sammy again this week, and I'll probably keep thinking every week it's Sammy. Little Yachty throws money up in the air. We got Pyro kicking off. They just gave Trick a hype man when Trick didn't need anyone. This company never fails to amaze, says Brony. Wow, we are stunned. Ooh, boos. Loud boos. Okay, Little Yachty and Trick are being beaten down. Sammy looking out at the crowd going, are we still doing this? You suck. They haven't given them a reason, have they? They haven't given them a reason to, like, be any different towards him. Sammy over in the corner. He's going for a haluva. A gingerbread haluva. A gingerbread haluva. Sammy is dancing away. And the fact he keeps looking out at the fans going, what? What? Do you reckon he'll go back through the curtain, go to Triple H and go, well, that went well. I think they tried to get heat. by saying, like, Little Yacht is going to be sticking around. And also him saying, I'm going to get rid of the open challenges, you know? We're backstage with Royce Keys. Royce Keys said he's just getting started. Count said, how is he surprised that he's still being booed? Here's Solo. Solo said, the big man's not happy about it. Taller, he said, don't worry, I gave him the day off. So there we go. Solo gave Taller the day off. We got a tail of the tape. So apparently Danhausen is 6'8", 300 pounds, and he takes a 26 shoe size. Merch sales, very strong. Personal friend of John Cena. Miz, never been on a blimp. Last win is under review. And his curse status is active. Here comes Danhausen. So they're doing... Oh, he's coming out in the car. The Hausen Mobile. You know Mattel are making that, man. That Hausen Mobile is being made. By Mattel. Danhausen. I think Johnny was trending because the photo that Sean used when he tweeted about Apollo also had Johnny in the photo, said Rapturous. Thank you, buds. That person just threw a load of monies. That person just put a load of human monies into the car? No way. People are just giving Danhausen human monies. Danhausen driving rounds. I can't believe that. I can't believe... I don't know if they were planted or not or what, but that person just dropped it into the car as it drove round. He's got the slammy. It says Danhausen on it. Wow. There we go. Let's go, Danhausen. For Fanhausen, said Danny. Danhausen shoe size the same as Hogan's Python, said Shining Wizards. Mayor Pete said, would you ever do an interview with someone who works on figures at Mattel? My friend's brother works on the line. I've spoke to Bill a few times, actually, when I was doing Wrestling Shop Live. I did chats with him just about what was coming up, really. So we've done it. We've done it a few times. WrestleRants says, no weird flex. Yachty as Trick's manager is not lit. That's not the right call. I said it the first couple of times that we saw him and Trick. It was fun and fine, but there's something called overdoing it. Okay, we're at commercial break. And we are obviously slowly approaching the final hour. So let's get the score for the Trick segments. Trick segments 49, 28, 15, 8. People are just not. People are just not. I feel like SmackDown has really got to do something to get people back on sides. Like something seriously big to get some goodwill around, you know, to get people going, oh, yeah, I really enjoyed that. you know, like an absolute banger, or even just calling up Fatal Influence just has not done it. You know, that Trick segment, good 85. The Cody segment, good 87. Tiffany Julia, good 90. It's just not doing it. I don't know that I've got the... I don't think... Did I get MFTs versus Damien and R-Truth? I'm not sure I got that score. I'll run it again. It's not going to be anything special, is it? It was hardly an amazing match. Okay, MFTs, Damien, R-Truth. I'm not sure if I got that feedback, so just put your thoughts in. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. Zelina said usually it says Stanford. This time it says TKO, and she found out at 5:09, said Glockness. Brony said, I'm just waiting for Blake Monroe. A couple of years ago, SmackDown was the best show, and then took that time and put it onto Raw, said Prince. When it was on Fox, it was very good, yeah. Big Tony said, Daze, what if Pat heard your criticism and verbal bullying towards him, and he said, nah, and stepped down? Well, good. I hope that's exactly what happened. In seriousness, should we give him credit for stepping down? Absolutely not. Why would we want to give someone credit that ruined the build to WrestleMania, got in the way of... He could turn it down. He could have... He came in and he ruined it. He ruined the excitement towards WrestleMania, completely derailed the blue brand, completely derailed one of the main events, caused the outrage that we saw in the build to WrestleMania, and he did that. That was on him. So, and his first instinct was to turn it down, and then for some reason changed his mind. I don't know why, but he turned it down, and then like they scrambled trying to find an alternative, and then apparently he went back and accepted. So, listen, he made his beds. He made his beds. Just because it was a complete disaster and he didn't want to keep doing it, he gets no credit from me for that. He shouldn't have flipping done it in the first place. Right, we're back from commercial break. Danhausen versus Miz coming up next. Right, they're just showing a replay of what went down before the break between Trick and Sammy. So Wyatt 6-0 more? No, they're not. They're not. I hope we don't see Pat again, says Matt. Okay. Danhausen in the ring. Okay, Miz is coming down. He's getting a proper entrance as well. They haven't jobbed him out. He's coming out with Kit Wilson. Okay, we got the Slammy on top of that Danhausen mobile. All that smoke coming out of that mobile. It's like some wacky races, isn't it? Back in the early years of WWE, there were plenty of managers like Heyman and Shane and Vicky, says Serene. Christopher said he was put in a hard spot. He couldn't say no. Of course he could say no. He did say no. Reports are that he did say no. Yeah, you're right. It's just a little innocent lamb, isn't he? Listen, he completely messed it up. He takes ownership and responsibility of that. Okay, Bella sounded. Danhausen chants. Kit Wilson grabs that Slammy. Danhausen, crossbody, down goes Miz. Danhausen can work. Hear all the time about people saying they're looking forward to Danhausen getting like a proper singles match so he can show what he can do. Miz on the outsides. Danhausen in the ring. Well, we're doing a little dance, a little strut. Kit Wilson trying to provide a distraction as Miz comes over. Danhausen goes down. Miz coming over to him, throwing in a big boots. Don't think they're going to give this match much time, to be honest. Big stomp there by the Miz. Danhausen undefeated in WWE, says Corey. Danhausen down. It's a weird camera angle. He sits up. You are cut. What's the... Oh, Pyro again. I wondered... It was a weird kind of camera angle. 1, 2, 3. Danhausen gets it. It's very reminiscent of what we did before. You might remember that Pyro going off when Kit Wilson was on the top turnbuckle. But this time we had the Pyro kind of shooting in. Miz having a word with the ref there, Charles Robinson. Danhausen picking up the win, picking up the victory. Danhausen dancing away. Miz should just get on his side. Oh! Okay, and out the ring he goes. On the outside, back in the ring he goes. Out the ring he goes. Under the ring he goes. Miz going after him. Danhausen over the other side. Jumps over Kit Wilson. Miz knocks into Kit Wilson. In the Danhausen mobile. And there we go. He's pulling an Addams family, says Jennifer. Okay, there we go. Rapturous said, because of the releases, some were on the injury list like Zoe and Santos. I'm surprised Noam Dar wasn't released. I don't know. I don't really want to get into those kinds of conversations, but you know, it's just a shame for those that were, wasn't it? Okay, Rhea coming up next. We've got 1 hour left to go. 1 hour left to go. David said, I don't get the Danhausen hype. Well, he plays very well to the kids. Yeah. Daze, can we believe Danhausen is older than Jacob Fatu? I don't know his age, actually. How old is he? How old is he? He is 35. That's a good age. He's got a lot of experience. Still got a good 10 odd years ahead of him. Jacob, 34. That is a surprise. Time for Blake Monroe, said Henry. Blake says, he's funny and we need that. To all the kids then, all of us, we love Danhausen, said Final Boomer. Ashton said, can WWE bring the Wyatt 6 or maybe Taylor on his own down the line? I don't think Taylor would be back. I think he's done. Well, WWE can do whatever they want. You know, I mean, they could bring them all back, but it's unlikely, I would say, because they didn't make that big of an impression, did they? I mean, it's not like Bray, who made such a massive impression. I sort of feel like we just never got going with the Wyatt Six. We just never really used them. So I don't really see there being this big online clamour for them to come back. It's kind of like a group that they had, that they could have done something with, that they should have done something with, and we just really did the bare minimum. So why would they look to bring them back? They could do, but I just can't see it happening. I really can't see it happening. I think the future for that group is going to be not as a group. Could they bring in Bo, Taylor, Howdy? Could they bring him back? Yeah, but clearly they've no plans for him right now. And I don't even think that character is really like a beloved character or anything. It all comes back to Bray, doesn't it? This group and the affection for this group was all built on like Bray and the hope that we could carry on his work, So, I don't know. It's obviously a dark day for Bray fans, Wyatt 6 fans. I don't know. I don't know what the future looks like. Bleak in that world. Craig said, I'm 34. I found him funny. But then again, I probably still will if I get to 80 laughing at things like that. If I find it funny, that's all that matters, says Craig. I like Danhausen. I think he's very entertaining. I don't think everything he does lands, but then I don't think everything R-Truth does lands. So, yeah, I find him to be entertaining. I think that he definitely plays well with the kids. I think there's definitely stuff that he does that lands with me and with many of you. Whether I'm just not in the right mood for it tonight, that's probably the case, honestly. But, it is what it is. I feel like Motor City and Aleister Black had very short contracts, said Phoenix. AEW is definitely eyeing up that release list, said Jennifer. Craig said... Oh, we answered that with Craig. Okay, well, here's Blake. So, a Blake video package. Coming soon. Blake Monroe coming soon. Blake, yep. Christopher said, is there a world the Wyatt Six could end up on AEW or TNA with the name change? There's definitely a world for that, yeah. I mean, I don't think they'd have the rights to the name, obviously. As you said, they might have to do a bit of a name change. Whether they would want to stay together as a group of that size, it's hard to showcase your talents when you've got to share segment time with other people, It might be more beneficial for, I don't know, does Loomis and Gacy try to stay together? Does Bo just leave wrestling? I mean, he left wrestling for a long time. He could leave it again. What next for Rowan? He left wrestling as well, I believe. So, I mean, is it likely that they stay together as a group? I'm struggling to see it. Rhea making her way down. Brutality. Blake needs to go to Raw, says Blake. Okay, Rhea then. On the outside of the ring, looking out at the crowds. Blake Monroe coming soon. The IWC got him rehired. I'm pretty sure at 50 he's doing something right, said Railski. Okay, Rhea Ripley then in the ring. We need to do a poll, don't we? I don't think I did a poll for the Danhausen match. Okay, we got Rhea chants. Might be a few mommy chants in there as well. Texas. It's been a really good crowd. Of all the stuff to praise tonight, the crowd have been really, really good. Finally champion again. Wouldn't shock me one bit if Danhausen is the highest merch seller at year's end, said Brian. Mommy chance. Jade proved that she can go. But now it's my time to prove that the WWE Women's Champ is a fighting champ. If someone wants to step to mommy, now is your shots. Okay, well, Fatal Influence are coming back out again. Boos, loud boos. I waited long enough to get here. Respect me. Loud boost. She's managed to get good heat already, Jacy. Loud. Really loud. If you're Jacy, you're loving this. You're loving this. The heat for Fatal Influence is incredible. And she's dealing with it so well, Jacy. Not being thrown off by this at all. Yeah, look, Rhea's like, I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. Jacy, come on, yeah. Are you done? I've got all night. I'll wait all night. She has got to be loving it. If you're a heel and you're getting this kind of a reaction. I love it, you idiots. Keep it coming. She ain't thrown off by it. The other members are laughing their heads off. The problem she's got, though, is how's she going to get through the promo? That's going to be the problem. Got loud Rhea chants. Loud Rhea chants. Fun time's over, says Jacy. You should give us credit. Man, I am stunned by this heat. I am absolutely stunned. Taking out that many legends is quite impressive. Look at her. Oh, Mommy's got something to say. Stop while you're ahead. Thanks. Thanks, says Fallon. Now the crowd go off again. This is a brilliant crowd. This is one of the best American crowds I've heard in so long. Laney coming in. Lainey Reed, Fallon Henley. She's got L and R on her knee pads for Lainey Reed, but the L is on her right knee and the R is on her left knee. It does look like it's left and right, and she just got it wrong. But it is just a name. Take your shots. Yeah, loud boos again. One thing you're going to learn is we're always ready to throw hands. JC Rhea, right now, I don't think the belt's on the line. He didn't say the belt was on the line. This feud is gonna cook. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. I enjoyed that segment. Lovely heat, says Tax. Yeah, fair play to that crowd's really they're into it. 38, 34, that is good. 90. Okay. That heel heat though, said Retro. Oh, it's good. It's really good. Sounds like a European crowd, said Radiated Zombie. Yeah. Fair play, respect. They did a fantastic job. Let's score it, shall we? Because I think that was one of the better parts of the show. And you got to say respect to Jacy Jayne. I mean, there are people in NXT that if you put them, there might even be people on the main roster, I'm not sure, but there's people certainly in NXT where if you put them in that situation, they are drowning. Right? They are absolutely drowning. So, you know, let there be no doubt whatsoever that JC is more than ready for this stage, because to be in front of that many people, facing that kind of heat and facing that kind of noise, it's very, very, like, and don't forget as well, you know that Triple H and Bruce Pritchard and all those people are out back, like, watching your work. You've just been called up, you know, first impressions, yeah, on the main roster. And you know this segment has got to hit a certain time. I mean, you don't have endless time. Like, you've got to get in, get your words out, and get out. And you know the match is coming next, and you know you got to hit your spots. So to have the bravery to stand there and just sort of step away from the promo and speak to the crowds and be like, keep going. I've got all night. You take as long as you need, yeah? So to kind of have to ad-lib, step out of the promo, interact with the fans, come back in, get the promo back on track, all on your first night, whilst the crowd are giving you that sort of a reaction. Like, there's a couple of plates that have to be spun there that seem like they're very easy, but if you watch NXT or Evolve, you'll know that it's a skill. It's not as easy as it looks, and there's definitely others that would have been challenged by that. So well done to her for that. Jared said JC is very good on the mic, not phased by the boos. Jared, shout out to you. Yep. Let's give the credit where it's due. She did, as we said, very, very well. Bradley said, I'm baffled when they release superstars during a show. Well, I think they're hoping that this is going to kind of overshadow the news. So, yeah, I mean, you kind of go into the show like, do you know what I mean? Kairi Sane, gone. Wyatt 6 gone. Tyra May Steele, who I was a fan of, gone. Loads of others as well. Alba Fire as well. Alistair Black. Zelina. A lot of people down about Zelina and Alistair. But the thing is, they hope that whatever goes down on SmackDown is going to distract you. Is going to, you know, kind of overshadow that news. You know, they want people talking about SmackDown rather than talking about the releases. So do the releases and then immediately go into SmackDown. Certainly has not affected the live crowds. I wonder if some of them have heard. Okay, no words that this is for the title. So it might be like what we saw on Monday where we ended up doing Soul against Liv. Wade Barrett says, you're meant to be nervous when you first arrive, but everything we've seen seems to suggest that nerves don't affect them. JC getting back up, Rhea getting the advantage in the early stage. This is going to be a great match, though. I mean, like, even though it's, you know, not for a title or whatever, it's a match that I want to see. JC having a bit of fun here with Rhea. Kick coming in, but she grabs the leg. She scoops up JC. JC lands on her feet. Side headlock there by JC. Booze coming in. Fallon, Laney on the outside. Headlock being applied there by JC. And again. Okay, nice. Headlock takeover there by JC. She's keeping her down. Rhea trying to find a way of getting back up to her feet. She throws JC. Manages to get out of it. Clothesline. Change of direction there by Rhea. Shoulder tackle as JC goes over to the corner. Yeah, we got people... There's no timeout. They're having a word there. Regroup him. Fatal Influence. JC looking over at Rhea. Let's get rid of the poll, shall we? Right now, JC and Rhea circling around each other. You lot enjoyed that segment. Came out as great 71. So there we go. Fatal Influence single-handedly saving SmackDown. Great 71. I think this has been better than previous weeks. Oh, that's lovely work there by JC. JC looking to charge over. Collides into Rhea. Rhea grabs JC. Over goes Rhea. In the corner as JC comes in. She gets picked up, put to the outsides. Shining Wizard said, I could see Fatal Influence playing out the and then going solo. Christopher says, I live in America and it's called Shark Tank. In the UK, it's Dragon's Den. Yes. Edge of the ring, there goes JC. Fallon on the outside. Laney on the outside, trying to encourage JC. Got some chants coming in for Rhea as Laney kind of steps up to Rhea. That distraction allows JC back into the match. They're going to be good. They're going to be really good. Leo said, when you don't have writers who can make a program for you to use and they don't produce good stories, you get put on the bench. Then they never finish some stories and they just leave people hanging. Corey said, Julia deserves better than what she's been dealt with so far. I hope they do something better with her. One of the best matches since WrestleMania. Hardly had any time during WrestleMania, said Xenon. Xenon, shout out to you. Can't believe they released Kyrie with Asuka Io. Custody battle still looming, said DS Joe. Did they change the Fatal Influence entrance music? I didn't hear them change it. Kicks coming in there by Jacy. Okay, we are at commercial break. Jacy is in control. She's got her boot right into the throat of Rhea. Jacy stomping down on Rhea. Rhea goes down in the corner. Jacy cannonballs into the corner. 1, 2. Shoulder up. They had so many stories that they never finished but should have. They didn't have any idea, and so they scrapped it, said Leone. David said, I've been a fan of Jacy since Toxic Attraction days. I didn't think highly of her time in Chase U. Although we did get that calendar. Chop coming in there by Jacy. Rhea fighting back. Forearm shots coming in there by Rhea. Another big blow coming in. We've still got over a minute to go till we're back from commercial break. Jacy. Big boot. Laney reads Alba Fire's old tag partner. No, that was Isla Dawn. Unless she partnered her in a promotion I'm not aware of. Right now, Jacy has got Rhea down. Kick coming into the back. Jacy, elbow. And again, throwing down the elbows and keeping Rhea grounded at the moment. So, Jacy in control, and this crowd are just really not having it. And again, keeping her down. You don't have to like her to know that she is damn good. Rhea trying to find a way of getting back up to her feet here, and she is, just as we're about to come back from commercial break. Jacy jumps on the back, gets driven back into the corner. And right now we are... Oof. Jacy Jayne going over. I don't know how they managed to get such heat. I mean, they attacked what? Paige, Brie, Charlotte, Alexa. I mean, that's just got massive heat on them. It can't be from what they were doing in NXT. That capoeira kick from Rhea lands. Charging over. Rhea, clothesline. Down goes Jacy. Another clothesline. Kick coming in there by Rhea. Picks up Jacy. Slams her down. Rhea against the right. Lovely drop kick. Jacy feels that. She goes down. I didn't catch what I think of her. I just couldn't stand Chase U. The calendar had to happen when it had nothing else to watch on NXT, said Davids. Super kick there by Jacy. Rhea felt that. She goes back to the corner. Rhea in the middle. Kick coming in. On the knee. Rhea looking for a clothesline. Oh, big shot. Down goes Rhea. 1, 2... Kick out. Fatal Influence got heat because they didn't do the entrance, said Flame Fist. JP said, holy firings, Batman. There's been plenty of firings today. I'm not sure we can blame Batman for it. Jacy, up, no joy. Big boot there by Rhea. Big boot by Rhea. Rhea going over to the corner. She's climbing up. Oh, Jacy crashes into the ropes. Lovely top rope enziguri there from Jacy. Jacy climbing up. I think this match has been decent. Wade Barrett said she is blowing the minds of management right now because this was meant to be a punishment. Jacy in the corner. Rhea looking for a kick. Gets it. Right now she's got Jacy up on her shoulders. Jacy reverses. 1, 2. Kick out there by Rhea. Kick coming in by Rhea. Jacy, her legs buckle. She's getting picked up. She's going for a ride. Oh, down she goes. Rhea, bang. Big shot. Jacy, 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Jacy. Jacy down. Rhea going over. Rhea coming over, grabbing Cloverleaf, couldn't get it. Jacy fighting her way out. Fans are chanting, "This is awesome." Fans are really enjoying this. I gotta say, it's one of the better TV matches that we've had this year. And just as Jacy was going to be riptide, in comes Fallon and Laney. Right now, we got Fatal Influence all over Rhea. All over Rhea. Super kick coming in. Jacy. Boom! Big shot. Rolling encore. And that heat is still there. Triple H will be loving that. I hope the fans don't take their anger out over the cuts on the new call-ups. I don't feel like it's a gamble to start call-up debuts on a day where there's main roster. That's a good point. There might be some online that do that. That was a great debut, said Pekera. The Tiffany match should have been at Mania, said 90s Gamer. Dr. Luchalala said this match and Souls from Monday were really good. Crazy how low the bar was before this SmackDown. Sucks to see cuts, but it makes way for call-ups, says Ampy Ballin. Okay, we're just seeing from Monday. So Solo, Jacob, still to come. Alistair and the Wyatts were the only thing that I loved about WWE, said Bong. I always loved the horror characters, Kane being my favourite. Blake said Jacy will go far if creative get it correct. Oh, she's screwed then, isn't she? Blimey now. She's absolutely screwed. Wrestler Andy said it's crazy to think that Jasmine Nix would have been on the main roster already now. It's true. 2. So we're just seeing a recap from Raw. Can you handle the burden of having to acknowledge me? I think JC would be a perfect Money in the Bank winner, said Daryl. Keith said, is pro wrestling doomed thanks to TKO? Nah. Even if WWE went away, which it's not going to, but even if it did, you've still got AEW, New Japan, CMLL. It's much bigger than just WWE, of course. I mean, there's many people that enjoy pro wrestling that just don't even watch WWE. Pro wrestling will never die. MFTs are going to get involved one way or another. We've got your back, says the Usos. Jacob said he doesn't need them. As we go to commercial break. Commercial break. Right. I always thought Tatum should come up. I thought she was better than Blake Monroe. What do you think, said Zanon. I don't mind, honestly. I think she's really good. I think she'll make her way to the main roster. She is someone that hasn't really had a run with that top women's title, so she could absolutely do that. I don't think like seeing Blake go up really is detrimental to Tatum in the sense of, oh, it should have been her instead. You know, you could make the argument they're moving too quick with Blake and that's actually a concern for Blake, nothing to do with Tatum. So I think if I'm Tatum, just, you know, keep putting the work in, keep improving on whatever needs improving. It might even be worth just going to Sean and going, Sean, I'm so pleased for Fatal Influence. I'm really pleased for Blake. I'm really pleased for Soul. Can you just give me an idea of where I am, what I need to improve on, you know? Is there a reason why I didn't go, or is it just timing? And he might go, it's just timing, you know? They wanted Fatal Influence as the group, so they went. Soul was the next in line for us. And it was a coin flip between you and Blake Monroe, so you're in a good place. Your time will come. It just wasn't this time. And if you got told that by Sean, you'd be like, okay, respect. You know, that's it. I'm really pleased for them. They were my friends. My time will come. There's no real feedback points. I've got a great connection with the crowds. I'm being used on TV. She's fine. She's absolutely fine. I'm not worried about Tatum at all. So just keep growing. I mean, they made a puppet for her at WWE Worlds. You know, she had a bit of spotlight over her at WrestleMania weekend. Granted, it would have been nice if she had found a way on the show, but I don't think any NXT talent did. There wasn't like a battle royal that you could be a part of. Not for her. Shiloh found his way into the Andre battle royal, but there wasn't one for the women. Maybe if there was, maybe she would have been in it. So I think they like her. She's fine. Blake did well in AEW as Mariah May. She is main roster ready, said Final Boomer. The one said, Bloodline is here. Just the beginning. The business needs it. Sammy is going to rejoin. At one point, Jada, Kalani, and Lola were due to be called up this year, and now they've been surpassed by Blake and Fatal Influence and Soul. We're just very fortunate that we've got so much talent. I mean, the women are killing it in NXT. I mean, the truth very much is that there's just a lot of women you could go with. You know, we are very, very blessed with some fantastic female talent. So, yeah, they're not short of options when it comes to the women. Okay, we're back from commercial break. One more match to go. A fair bit to talk about on the breakdown, of course. Blake Monroe is very blessed, says Mayor Pete. Daze, who do we think has the potential to do the best things from the people that have been released? I really like Kyrie. I don't know what Tyra May Steele is going to do. Is she going to stay with it? Does she pivot over to MMA? I'm not sure. She's a legit Olympic gold medalist when it comes to wrestling, so there's going to be options for her. Okay, Charlotte, Jacy Jayne next week. Alexa says to Rhea, it's not you. She's just like that. I don't know. Female doctor. All right, they're talking about Brock. Okay, so we got the Brock video package. AB said, I wish we could have finished the Kyrie story. Second time she was released after being bullied without justice. Craig said, I'm all for the Bloodline return. I'm all for it. I only finished watching the Bloodline video on YouTube this morning after starting it the other day. Pi said, it was the same thing with the Bloodline. Uso interference. Roman wins. Wash, rinse, repeat. Jacy getting 2 huge matches, said Jeremy. That's true. Looks like Charlotte next week for her. Bloodline is safe, predictable choice for WWE, said Steve. It worked before and they will go back to that well again because they know it works, but it won't always be there. So they need to build up others as well. Okay, we got the Brock Lesnar video package right now, just looking back on his career. Zidane said, Daze, was you shocked that Strowman was released? Do we think he had more potential in Raw before they let him go? Yeah, I suppose I was, because I think there's ways of using him. For some reason, they didn't really put like a manager with him. He always kind of did his own talking. I think they kind of thought that, you know, he could do some talking, but I think Brock can do talking, but it doesn't mean that it's not a better package with Paul Heyman, you know? I sort of feel like there's a way of presenting people. Like, at the moment, it's working fine with Oba, but I don't know. I mean, I think there was a staleness that came into Braun Strowman. Maybe it was because he suffered a few losses throughout his career, and he just, I don't know, struggled a bit maybe with the aura. I was never a big fan of "get these hands." I never thought that was a very good catchphrase. And I wasn't really sold on the look. I just sort of feel like it was off. I mean, he's a monster of a man. He's a big, country, strong man. It's hard to think that you couldn't make that work or get something more out of that, you know? But they just don't seem to be able to find the right presentation. Be it the right music, the right catchphrase, the right gimmick. And don't forget, he could come down like as a really dark, mysterious character. You haven't got to do what you've been doing with him. That sort of, you know, cuts his own promos, country strong type guy. You could do whatever you want. When he first came in, he was part of the Wyatt family, the Black Sheep. I mean, you could take him in a really dark, mysterious direction. You could have a mouthpiece. So, yeah. I suppose I am quite surprised that we didn't try a few things rather than just letting him go. But, well, for whatever reason, that was the decision that they made. Here's Solo. Checking it out. Yeah, you lot enjoyed the match as well. Do you know what? It's been a while since we've seen some great scores for SmackDown. Solo versus Jacob. We have got 19 minutes left. 19 minutes left. They had a whole summer and it never landed. And then Seth got injured, made things worse than it was, says Brony. Strowman was dealing with a lot of injuries. He moved quite slow, says Mayor Pete. Final Boomer said, with Kyrie gone, SmackDown can use EO, reunite with Rhea, because Rhea needs the help. I don't see EO tagging with Asuka. Blake said, do we see a turn within the MFTs? Well, they've teased Tamara, haven't they? Big Time said the whole release thing during or before SmackDown just took the wind out of me and I couldn't focus on the show. Is there a reason why they didn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday? Well, the belief is they do it now so it gets buried by all the news. You know, they want you talking about how great Jacy is, the noise that Fatal Influence were getting, the heat they were getting, Danhausen having a match, Danhausen going around the Miz's house, Solo versus Jacob. You know, they're going to want people talking about that rather than who's been released. So there's no way that this is a coincidence, is it? That they do it literally just before SmackDown, like an hour and a half, couple of hours before SmackDown. So, yeah, I can only reach the conclusion they did it this way so that it would just get, you know, bad news gets buried. If they did it on Wednesday, Thursday, I mean, it's just out there then, isn't it? Kind of in the spotlight, people sharing their thoughts and everything. At least this way it's getting lost with all the more positive comments that people have got for SmackDown. Wrestler Andy said, Daze, Kyrie and Brock are both gone. We're never going to get that dream match. Oh, Wrestler Andy, that's a good shout. It's a very dark day. When did you get back, Andy? Have you been? I'm guessing you've been back for a few days now. Well, I'm guessing you're back. I'm guessing you're not still there. Dr. Lala said at first the releases were depressing and shocking, but SmackDown has helped me process them. At least this one has been decent. Do we think we get a fifth call-up now, said Rapturous. Well, 5 was what Sean Rossap said. Who have we had so far? Is it just the 4 with the Fatal Influence and Blake Monroe coming next week? It's maybe a chance, but I'm struggling to see where it's going to be. I mean, I'm thinking, is it Ricky? Is it going to be Ricky? If it is Ricky, then I don't know. Does he belong in this main event? We might just be getting the 4. I got home last night, 10 hours from Vegas to London, and then an hour from London to Glasgow. Wrestler Andy, shout out to you. What was your favourite part? What was the one thing that stood out whilst you were over there? Was it like the main event of Mania Night 2? Was it some at WWE World? Was it meeting someone? What was the big, like, oh, that was amazing. Big Time said, Carmen Petrovic survived a bullet. Remember, we were talking about her hardly being used and warning signs. I pointed out how Luca was doomed after we saw the Evolve gimmick, says Big Time. Tony said, Carmelo isn't on 1 week and you were crying. He goes to, are you going to need to see someone? Robbie said, is Blake from a cool part of England? I think, is she London? I didn't even know she was English, to be honest, when I first saw her. She is from London. So I would say, yes, she is from a cool part of England. Islington, which is not too far out of the centre. It's, yeah, inner city. Very nice. All right, there you go. There he was. Ricky coming next week. I did wonder, how are you going to put him into this match? It just didn't really work, did it? But, well, there we go. He's been announced for next week, so... Okay. Daze, if we could pick a whole night of wrestle matches for SmackDown, who would we set up? I don't know, but I haven't even... My head's still swimming from the releases. To be honest, there's lots now that we've got Jacy. I'm really pleased that Jacy's in. There's, I think, loads of great matches we could get with her. But I really feel like we need a draft. Because it still doesn't feel like the rosters are quite right to me at the moment. I feel like we've been struggling with baby faces. I know we just gained Rhea. And obviously Tiffany's back from injuries. But I still feel like we're light on the babyface side. But I suppose we're digging into Charlotte now. Charlotte's going to face Jacy, so I wonder if the Charlexa team is not long for this world. On paper, as a division, it probably looks okay, but we just know that Charlotte and Alexa have been doing tag stuff, so it left us quite light on the babyface side. Jacob making his way down. We got about 13 minutes left to go. Peter said, Daze, I'm done with WWE. There's been a few people saying that tonight. Jacob in there with Solo. If Alistair let Danhausen talk to Zelina, maybe they got Danhausen adjacent curse, said Final Boomer. I predict that Charlotte, Alexa, Rhea against Fatal Influence at Backlash. That'd be a good match. The main event of night 2 was my favourite. Also seeing Jerry Seinfeld live. Oh. Liam, shout out to you, buds. David said Wyatts were better than the MFTs. Okay, we are underway with our main event. Solo versus Jacob. To all the people who say they're done, see you next week, says Joe. I think Ricky Morton comes out, and then we get the Rock and Roll Express helping Jacob tonight, says Brody. I mean, I'm here for it. If that's what we're going to do. Maybe the Midnight Express come out to help Solo. Shot coming in there by Jacob then as Solo goes back. Headbutts coming in by Jacob on Solo. He goes crashing into that top turnbuckle. Bang. Shots coming in by Solo. Boom. Didn't we already get this match before, says Pi? Oh, yeah. They were in a feud. Shot coming in there by Solo. Solo looking to go over against the ropes. Jacob comes in. Collides into Solo. We got 10 minutes left to go. Okay, right now we had Jacy grabbing out at the leg. To the outside goes Jacob. Right now there, work, bang, down he goes. Down goes Jacob. Solo is in the ring. Jacob gets thrown back in. Here's the Usos. Jacob saying to the Usos, I don't need your help. Big clothesline there by Solo. 1, 2. It's a little bit of a confusing. So is it just me or is this a bit confusing? Like, Jacob steps up to Roman. The Usos are with Roman. And now we've got the Usos offering to help Jacob. Jacob doesn't want their help, but they're coming out anyway. But why would they be here for Jacob? I mean, don't forget, Solo is the Usos' brother as well. So you can say, well, it's family sticking together, but it's all family. Solo is literally their brother. Solo jumps out the ring. Penny said, I'm upset about Kyrie. She was so good, and I just don't get it. Okay, right now, Solo going back into the ring. We need Wyatts in WWE. Never showed their full support by WWE, and they were let down. Jacob charging over. Went hard into the corner as Solo moved out the way. There, he went hard there, really hard. Zanon, see you next week, bud. Daryl said, yeah, you're not alone. It doesn't really make sense. I'm not, like, terribly down on it. You know, I'm sure we can find a way of making it make sense, but I've just got a few questions about it right now, that's all. They're still trying to convince Jacob to join up with them, which is why the Usos are looking after him. It'll end soon once either Jacob or the Usos attack each other, says Brony. Solo going over to the other sides. Charging him. Collides into Jacob. Right now, Solo with Jacob. Headbutt coming in. Ref, you suck is the chant. WWE just released a bunch of they did, Kimball. Looking to charge in. Solo colliding into Jacob. Pace of this a bit slow, but we are at commercial break right now. Daze, will you break down each release like you have previous, said Don. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by break down each release. They're chanting for Fatu. Shot coming in there by Jacob. And again. Jacob going over against the ropes. Gets caught there by Solo. Turned inside out. Goes down. Solo coming over. Grabbing Jacob. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Trollface said, did Rowan get released? He did, yes. He did. Usos watching on. I left your head in a photo booth in a Hershey store on the Vegas. No, you didn't. You definitely did. You would have brought my head back again. You won't have done that again. Shot coming back there by Jacob. Raviad said, TKO are milking out Braze passing through the Wyatt 6. I saw this coming when they gave boring amounts of MFT6. WrestleRant said, Daze. Roman said, try to talk to Jacob. To the Usos is my guess why they're courting him with malicious intent, said WrestleRants. Kick coming in by Jacob. Clothesline. Sent on. Collides into Solo. I want to see the Vegas street performers dancing with Daze's headset. Sluchalala. I want to see the Rock and Roll Express. A lot of people want to see the Rock and Roll Express. Down goes Solo. Jacob collides in. Down goes Tama. We only got 4 minutes. Here's Solo. Misses. Super kick there by Jacob. Jacob's going over to the corner. He's going up. Roll up there by Solo. 1, 2. Kick out. Just feels a bit slow, this. Even that pin was slow. Roman said to the Usos in the entrance as the show closed that he wanted them to talk some sense into Jacob, says Cool Camp. I think that's the thing I've missed. I don't recall hearing him say that. So, that's fine. Jacob going through the ropes. Lands on the MFTs. Jacob getting back in. Going after Solo. Super kick there by Solo. Picks up Jacob. Drives him down. Going to the outside. We got 3 minutes left to go. Daco said, it's been a depressing SmackDown with the releases. Shoulder up there by Jacob. To be honest, they had a terrible match. Was it SummerSlam that was really lowly scored? Here's Solo looking to deliver that Samoan spike. Super kick. Picks him up. Samoan drop. Jacob in control. Going up. Bang. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Jacob wins. Jacob picks up the victory over Solo. Okay, MFTs are in. Let's get scores, shall we? Why did they release the Wyatt 6, especially Howdy, said Barry. I think they just didn't find the right way to present them. I think it probably was going to take a lot more work than they were willing to do. To be honest, that group is a big, big commitment. But it seemed like they were ready for that commitment when they brought them back. But, I don't know. They'd much rather a group that they don't need to do as much work with. Chair to the back there as JC goes down. Jacob with a chair. He's dealing with the MFTs. Uso's just watching on. Chair being wrapped around the head of JC. There's a chair being put over the head of Tama. Jacob collides into these chairs. Kind of. I mean, he's missing them, clearly. Both of them are down. Jacob, suicide dive. And he's ripping apart the announce table. So they're giving Jacob a real showcase here. I thought Alistair was doing great. There's Jacob. He drives him through the table. Looks over at the Usos. Well, there we go. I mean, he just showed the Usos what he's capable of. I don't know what Solo was saying there, but tell Roman I will see him and your ass on Monday Night Raw. Okay, let's get rid of the poll. Barry said, I'm not going to invest my time anymore in watching an entire episode of Raw or SmackDown. It's stupid. It's just like Roman winning the title. David said it was a good show. Let's get scores Okay, that was good 90 main event. Good 90. Oof. Let's get a bit of a show score, shall we? Sad for Rowan and Alistair. I was since just coming back to WWE, says Joe. Daze. Now they'll all go backstage and hug it out. Boom. Raw after Mania felt solid. The SmackDown lagged behind, unsurprisingly, says Raviet. Daze, hope you're doing well. Adam, shout out to you, buds. People get in your show score. That's not a match score, it's a show score. Leo said it's called lazy writing. Whenever it's easy, then working hard. They just want to collect a paycheck. Zilla and Jacob versus the Usos, said Uji. Daze, I'm surprised, but also unsurprised. Johnny wasn't on the show, said Rapturous. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said it was a good show. Not great, but better. Christine with a 7. Can't Stop, Won't Stop with a 7. FNAF Fresh said, I think this is where they are going to join Roman's bloodline. I'm voting great, but more out of sympathy, said Flame Fist. Paul's got 5.5. Connor, 7.5. Dutch Luch Lala said it was all right. Better than recent weeks. Easy to see the negative, but better to focus on the positive. Flame Fist said 6.5. Word Live Cinefan said 7.5. Black Onyx said definitely better than the last number of weeks, but the firings really peeved me off. So a show rating of 7.2. Russell says 8. Sean said 6.5, only for Fatal Influence. Sean, shout out to you. Akeem said 5. It's just too long. Personally, JC had no reason to be in there with Rhea tonight, but was good, said Keelan. Jay said was at SmackDown tonight, pretty enjoyable, and the crowd was insanely loud booing JC. It was a really good crowd. It was a really good crowd tonight. Came across really well on TV, and that JC segment especially, actually, came across really well. So, yeah, it was good. I think Texas can be really, really proud as a crowd there. I thought they did fantastic. And it wasn't just that one segment either. You could tell they were up for it at the start of the show as well. It's a very proud wrestling place, though, isn't it? Texas, with like the history of, you know, the Von Erichs and all of them. Joel said, I know, rather not talk about, but any possible guesses who or how many might be next, even though they all keep their jobs? I don't know what you mean. There could be a couple of more names that get announced. I think they will obviously try and do it in one batch, but there might be some names that they were trying to contact tonight and they didn't get to. So there could be some more, but I'm not expecting like another big wave. We seem to have done, if we'd have just done main roster and not NXT, then I would be like, yeah, I'm expecting some NXT ones. But we did both. I mean, 22 is quite a few names, actually. So 22 people are, you know, the ones that lost their jobs today. So I don't know. There might be the odd person, maybe. People that they couldn't quite contact that might come out. We have seen stuff like that happening before. But by and large, I think that's it. Kimball said Zelina is peeved as hell. Looking forward to seeing more of JC, said David. I don't know if this is a hot take, but they should try and make Johnny take Sammy's place as the ultimate underdog. Connor said, what was your favourite part of SmackDown? Probably the JC promo going into the match with Rhea. Probably that. What do we predict for Roman Jacob at Backlash? Yeah, I think the match happens. I think Roman wins. Or at very least retains. I mean, maybe Jacob wins, but it's DQ or it's count out or it's something like that. But can't see them putting the belt on Jacob. So, yeah, I see the match happening. And I can see it being a case that we actually get... I don't know that Jacob joins them, though. I mean, I wouldn't be down if he did. I mean, maybe Jacob being with Roman for the rest of the year, being that sort of right-hand man. Just feels like it's a bit early for him to be getting the belt right now, so not down on them doing a match and then maybe Jacob realizing that this is his family and he should be standing with them. I wouldn't be down on that. Raviad said, I saw a comment that said MFT's turning on Solo, him and Jacob joining the bloodline. I kind of like and dislike the idea of that. Big Tony said, we've cut down the middle. Be fair and say a -1. Where was the story? Where was the aura? Where was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre matches? Also, Wyatt 6 to AEW, maybe. OG White Walker gives it a 6. When does SmackDown move to 2 hours, said Bishop. It won't be until the summer. I think, was it July, June, kind of last year time? So it won't be for a bit. Right, we got to do the breakdown, haven't we? We got to do the breakdown. So, show score. You lot are scoring this as being goods. You are saying it was good 89. I think this is... I mean, look, that's still a pretty low score, but I do think that a lot of people's enjoyment of this was affected by the releases. Mine certainly was. I think, like... Yeah, I mean, how can it not be, to be honest? So, and certainly at the start of SmackDown, it wasn't even as if, like, they gave us an hour's break or anything. Like, literally as SmackDown was starting, Aleister Black's gone, Zelina's got, like... There was this, like, wave of names that came in just as the show was starting. So, I think that's going to have played a part. I think, being fair, the Jacob Roman story is not quite grabbing me yet. Like, I don't mind it. I'm not, like, crazy about it. Maybe because, like, Roman just won the belt, and I just don't see any way he's losing that belt to Jacob. So it just feels like we're building towards a Backlash match that's quite predictable. Whether we get a nice turn in the story, swerve in the story where Jacob joins them, we could get that. That's got my interest. What this means for, like, a bloodline over the summer, I think that's where my interest, more than the match, that's where my interest really is actually, like, do we get Jacob joining? Is Sammy going to join them? I don't know. Those kind of elements I think are very interesting. But, yeah, I think this was better. I mean, even with all the releases and all of that, this was a better show. I did find myself enjoying this a lot more than shows we've had in recent weeks from SmackDown. So maybe once we get past all of this sadness, we can, kind of look forward to a brighter future for SmackDown, because this was better. I do think this was better. Okay. We need to go and do the breakdown, otherwise I'm just not going to be getting to it. So thank you to everyone that joined us. This was not the stream I intended. As soon as I finished that member stream at 10:30, I was in great spirits, and then you just like, and I said as well, they just didn't stop dripping through the releases. If it was a list and it's like, these are the names that have been released, we could have spoke about it for an hour or two and then maybe, got our head into a bit. But it just for 3 hours, actually longer than 3 hours, 3.5 hours, they were dropping these names through. And you just didn't know if any more were coming and what was coming next. And just had absolutely no idea who was next on. And then you hear, like, Kyrie has gone, And you're like, what? Alistair, Zelina, there's a lot of Zelina fans. We were still getting over Wyatt 6 earlier in the stream, and then you hear like Kyrie and Alistair, Zelina, Tyra May Steele, which just yeah, I just couldn't believe it. So we'll be back to normal by Monday. You know, we'll have our heads screwed on by Monday, but just a lot to digest for tonight. So appreciate people joining us. Have a good weekend doing whatever you're doing. We'll have unscenes. I'm not sure of streams, to be honest with you. I might do AAA if AAA's on. I'm not sure yet. Haven't looked into any of that. But appreciate people joining us, and we'll be back in a moment for the breakdown.